Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to our Resist Conversations all in one. My name is Ricardo Marquez Garcia, and I'm junior curator and coordinator of Resist in this museum. And first of all, I would like to thank very much my team, our staff that has made this event possible. Before presenting you tonight's program, let me explain the rules of tonight's game. Concerning the current COVID regulations, everyone sitting here is even vaccinated or recovered and has a negative COVID test. That's also the reason why we, the moderators and the speakers, are later not wearing a mask. Tonight we're all speaking in English, but there will be German subtitles in the foyer and in the live stream via YouTube. So all of you who are following us via YouTube, later on you will be able also to ask questions via the chat in YouTube. So tonight I will lead you through this evening together with our director Nanette Snoop and with Njeri Rahab. But let me present you now the choreography of this evening. We will start with a statement of our Lord Mayor of Cologne, Henriette Reker. After that, a panel moderated by Njeri Rahab with great guests will take place here. After this panel, you will have the possibility to ask questions here and also via YouTube. Then we will have a break with some drinks in the foyer of the museum. But please, after the break, don't go home and come back, because then you will have the possibility to see a performance by Peju Layiwola, and there will be a talk with Felwine Sarr via Zoom, and also with the possibility of asking questions to him. And at the end, last but not least, DJ Rokia Bamba will be in the foyer for you.
Yeah. Dear Mrs. Reker, Mayor of the City of Cologne, dear Mr. Görgen, Head of Department of Culture and Communication at the Federal Foreign Office, dear Mr. Charles, Deputy Mayor of Culture of the City of Cologne, dear supporters of the exhibition Resist, the Art of Resistance, and so also of this evening, dear Mrs. Cuccini, Head of the Ludwig Foundation, dear Mrs. Schinvogel of the Victor Rolf Stiftung, dear Mr. Peeler, Head of the Museum French of the Rautenstrauch-Joest-Museum, and those also who are not there, supporters, and which I would like to thank particular is Mrs. Völkers, Director of the German Federal Cultural Foundation. She could not be there. And Mr. Krüger, President of the Federal Agency of Civic Education. All those supporters were, of course, crucial for the exhibition Resist, the Art of Resistance. And last but not least, dearest panel speakers, Peju, Layiwola, Nana Oforiatta, Lisa Khan, Ciraj Rassool, he will be online, and again Andreas Görgen. Dear Rajab Njeri, moderator of the panel, I'm very proud that you are there. And dearest audience, thank you so much for coming in this context of COVID. But we are all fully vaccinated, tested, and we are in good health. So it is a tremendous honor to open this evening with such honorable guests and speakers. This evening takes place in the context of our exhibition Resist, the Art of Resistance, an exhibition about 500 years of anti-colonial resistance in the Global South that you can freely visit until midnight. It was a real battle with a lot of resistance through COVID, cancelled flights from Namibia and South Africa because of new COVID regulations, different battles for visa, but yet it's real now. And we are all here in this room, vaccinated, double tested. So let's enjoy this evening and let's make it something very special this evening. I give the floor to our major, Henrietta Reker. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everybody, dear guests. A great piece of art will always inspire us beyond the limits of its frame. Good art will move something within us. It will teach us, it might even change our perspective. And sometimes art will tell us yet another story. The story of its origin, which tell again, will challenge us to ask questions, to go deeper, to develop our own point of view. Sometimes art makes us take a stand. The artwork that is shown during the special exhibition Resist is art of this kind. It tells a story of colonization on the one hand and of resistance on the other hand, and in younger days of forgiveness and recuperation of relationships. What I consider most interesting is the fact that it found its way to Cologne, into this museum, with an ethnological intention more than 100 years ago, even if it's not visible as at first glance. Today we know it is worthy African art that should be collected because it shows how developed the African cultures was back then. As sad as we are that we will let some pieces go, we are in touch with Nigeria in order to find the best way to reach as many people as possible with its special message. Do not repeat the mistake from the past. As a city which benefited from its power as a worldwide connected place of trade, I strongly believe that it's our duty to use our influence today to create international partnerships on eye level. Equal rights and a fair outcome have to be our common ground. We aim to lift all barriers of inequalities. We work for justice and opportunities for all people, and although a city of more than 1 million people cannot change the world, we will do whatever we can to support justice globality. I want to thank the director of the Rautenstrauch-Joest-Museum, Mrs. Snoop, for her commitment to our historic responsibility. Our efforts, your efforts to support a new and moral perspective on our post-colonial heritage are crucial for the people in Nigeria, for people in other countries, and for the people of Cologne. Thank you all for your kind attention, and a good evening here in Cologne.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mrs. Reker, for those very important words that are crucial for the future, I think, of this museum. And I'm sure that your words will inspire also for the rest of the discussion. So why this evening in the context of our Resist exhibition? An exhibition about 500 years of colonial oppression and violence, an exhibition about unheard narratives, an exhibition also about resilience. The art of resistance is an art of survival. Resist is an attempt to change and to turn the narrative, and instead of making an exhibition about the history of colonialism, we, the Rautenstrauch-Joest-Museum, wanted to change the perspective and let speak curators from the Global South in the so-called It's Yours rooms or autonomous spaces in the exhibition Resist, and showing many works by artists, activists from the Global South dealing with anti-colonial resistance and colonial traumata, and the continuities until today of colonialism. Resist is also about revealing, reversing, rewriting, and reinterpreting the colonial narrative. When we started to plan this exhibition and to work on the concept and the methodology of this exhibition, we were in spring 2019, 1 year before the killing of George Floyd by police, an event which has catalyzed one of history's most powerful public movements of protests in response to systematic racism, inequality, police violence, and beyond. The killing of George Floyd was massively followed by the Black Lives Matter movement and the destruction of colonial statues, and this over the world. Also here in Cologne. The destruction of colonial statues honoring colonial masters and all the emotions that this occurred shows the pain and the suffering. During the time of this exhibition, between spring 2019 and today, the 3rd of December 2022, the debate about restitution has not only been intensified, but has become really concrete. Last month, 26 royal, very important sculptures of the Kingdom of Dahomey, looted by the French army in 1892, and now has been restituted from France to the Republic of Benin. And now Germany is playing a leading role in the restitution of hundreds of royal treasures of the Kingdom of Benin in Nigeria, looted in 1897 by the British Army. Cologne is the 4th biggest collection in Germany of Benin treasures from Nigeria, and arrived in its collection between 92 and 1967. It is only since we opened the exhibition Resist in April 2021 that the entire collection of 96 Benin treasures is for the first time on show, and that provenance research has been made. Those treasures, those Benin treasures, are in the autonomous room curated by the Nigerian scholar and artist and friend Peju Layiwola. Last May we started the negotiations about reparation also in the context of the genocide of the Nama and Herero people, all this during the time of this exhibition. Also here in this context of the genocide of the Nama and Herero people, first genocide of the 20th century, here also in the exhibition Resist, we have an autonomous room curated by 2 activists, Esther Muinjangue and Ida Hoffmann, who couldn't come because of the cancellation of flights from Namibia to Europe. In this context, the exhibition has been made, this historical context, and has become an experimental platform that tries to reflect global and local events related to the continuities of colonial violence and also transgenerational colonial traumata. Resist has become a patchwork of anti-colonial narratives, different narratives, unheard narratives. How we think and understand colonialism is inscribed in the colonial power structures and relations that persist to this day. Colonialism thus still controls our mentality through an hegemonic system of knowledge. The question therefore are, who tells this story? Where is this counter-narrative? Voices from the global south have been, and also from the diaspora here in Europe, have been displaced and repressed by the dominant narrative. How do we tell this story in the museum? And where do we tell this story? Is that possible in a so-called ethnological museum deeply rooted in a colonial structure? And disthis story for whom? That's why we try to establish an experimental platform where unheard, displaced or repressed voices become louder. And they can be even louder. And we have to make them more louder and louder in the upcoming years. This will be a whole process in the transformation of this museum to find new narratives and tell the story of the world new. This means also that the museum has to deal transparently with its colonial roots and its collection. That means facing restitution and find new ways of cooperation at eye level. So we can all agree that psychologically, slavery and colonialism left deep traces and scars in the collective and individual memories of everyone they touched. For Grada Quilomba, an artist and theorist, here in the exhibition Resist, the Art of Resistance, colonialism has never ended. It's like a ghost that keeps haunting our present and future, always interrupting because history has not been told right. This colonial injury has to be named, and that is what we begin to try in the Resist exhibition, which could be a model, a method for further experiments in order to rethink the museum. It is a platform for solidarity and imagining possible futures. So Resist is also a platform for work of mourning as a personal endeavor, or let's say a collective ritual. Yes, this is sometimes painful for all of us, but perhaps this whole and long process of decolonization could bit by bit enable us to reimagine a new world together and to heal the colonial fissures in our societies. Restitution claims are a demand for universal justice, as we see so clearly in the space Bain in 1897, curated by Peju Layiwola. I consider that restitution is part of this long and painful process, but also a healing process. And this is what we will talk about this evening. Restitution in any forms. Thank you very much.
So, thank you, Nanette, for these reflections. You have also asked many questions, and I think this is a good moment to continue with our panel discussion, which will be moderated by Njeri Rahab, historian. Please, Njeri, you can come on the stage. And our very special guests, some of them online, some of them here. We will have an online statement from Bénédicte Savoy. We have Peju Layiwola, please come on the stage. Via Zoom, I see already Ciraj Rassool from South Africa. Andreas Görgen, please come on the stage. Elizaveta Khan, and Nana Oforiatta Ayim. Please. Njeri, it's yours.
Can you hear me? Is it on? Okay. So welcome everybody. Thank you so much for that kind introduction, Ricardo, and thank you to our mayor, and thank you to the organizing team for this evening. So my name is Rahab Njeri. As you have heard, I am a historian, and currently I am at the University of Cologne working at the Referat Gender and Diversity Management. I am very privileged tonight to be moderating and facilitating this session today. Because I just think this is something that also our city needs. So I'm very sorry that I have to keep on moving my papers. I thought we would have something else, but I think this is also going to work. Before I start, I think it's very important that we acknowledge that we are not alone, that it's important we acknowledge that there are those who have been here before us and whose names we don't know and might never know, but who have set the blueprint for us. So I would like to say I am because they are, and that is Ubuntu, very important when we are talking about such discussions. So before we start our panel discussions with our guests today, I would like to briefly introduce Bénédicte Savoy, who is going to give us a statement for 3 minutes. And because of the current situation, she cannot be here. But I think it's still very important to listen to what she's saying, because it's an important statement that is going to help us start with our panel discussion tonight. So let's see the short statement from Bénédicte Savoy.
On the 9th of November 2021, Paris and Cotonou saw a major event in the world history of African heritage. The restitution by France and the definitive return to Benin of a spectacular collection of 26 monumental pieces looted by the French army in 1892 and now returned to Cotonou, representing nearly 2.5 tons of material, spiritual, cultural, and artistic history. For me, but above all for the history of the world cultural heritage of Africa, this restitution was an event of enormous significance. A few years ago, when restitution was still considered impossible, the then Minister of Culture of Benin said to me, if it happened one day, it would be like the fall of the Berlin Wall or the unification of the two Koreas. And that's how I feel now, arrived in a new time, in a time of radical breakthrough. No one, nobody, no one, 3 years ago would have imagined that this restitution would be possible. When Felwine Sarr and I began work on the 2018 restitution report, we were always told that it was a mission impossible, mission impossible. Just as there was a before and after to the fall of the Berlin Wall, there will be a before and after to this restitution to Benin. A before and after in the world geography of African historical heritage, systematically and massively deported to Europe during the colonial era. A before and after in the relationship between those who for 100 years have had almost all of this heritage, that is France, Germany, Belgium, and Great Britain, and those who have had almost none, that is the African countries themselves. European arrogance in the face of the legitimate desire of Africans to reconnect with their artistic, cultural, and historical heritage is a thing of the past. For more than half a century, in France, Germany, Belgium, and England, administrations and museums have multiplied strategies not only to prevent restitutions, but also to stifle the necessary public debate on the colonial provenance of works from Africa and elsewhere. The time for denial is now over.
So we thank Professor Bénédicte for that insightful message on how restitution a couple of years ago was an almost mission impossible. And please do allow me to borrow her words, where she says, just as there was before and after to the fall of the Berlin Wall, there will be a before and an after to this restitution to Benin. So I think we all agree, those who are here and those ones who are also watching us online, that the debate is no longer if restitution should take place, but restitution is now. And we want to ask questions such as, what does decolonization process mean for a museum? And what does it really mean in concrete terms to deal with restitution? And for this, I would like to start our panel discussion for today. And please do allow me to introduce our guests. 5 minutes, and I'm sure this does not do you any justice according to the work that you're doing and continuing to doing. But please do allow me to introduce Peju Layiwola, an art historian, visual artist from Nigeria, and she's an expert when it comes to the looted cultural goods or art from the Benin Kingdom. In 2010, she had her solo exhibition, Benin 1897, and was the first exhibition about looted art in Nigeria. Benin 1897 is also the name of the autonomous space that Peju curated for Resist. So welcome, Peju. So we also have Nana Oforiatta Ayim. She's a filmmaker, curator, and a writer. She's the founder of the AN, or Institute of Arts and Knowledge in Accra. She created a Pan-African cultural encyclopedia, which consists of an open-source internet platform for documenting past, present, and future African art and culture, starting from Ghana, and eventually will be published in 54 volumes, one of each country. So welcome, Nana. We also have Elizaveta, the founder and chairlady, or chairwoman, of the Colonial Integrations IFAO, actively campaigning against racism for the improvement and realities and opportunities of life, especially for people with refugee and migrant experience. For Resist, she and I think a designer, curated the autonomous space, No Resistance Fits in a Box, and in German that will be Kein Widerstand passt in ein Box. So welcome, Lisa. Also do allow me to introduce Dr. Andreas Görgen. He's head of Directorate General for Culture and Communication, Federal Foreign Office, and former advisor to Federal Minister Foreign Affairs Frank-Walter Steinmeier. He has intensively been involved in negotiations and preparations for the restitution of Benin bronzes from Germany museums. So welcome. So I also want to welcome Professor Ciraj, who is watching us online from South Africa. He is a professor of history at the University of the Western Cape and has done significant work on questions of fundamental reformulation of museum work in Europe and Africa, which also includes the restitution of colonial cultural property. He is also one of the principal investigators of the international project, Action for African Cultural Restitution, AARC, which works on matters of museum and restitution. Welcome, Professor Ciraj. So I'm going to let our guests, I'm going to ask them questions, each one a different question, and you have 5 minutes to answer. Let us please keep time so that we can be able to tap in as many knowledge and learn as much as possible. So I want to start this discussion by going back actually to what I had asked earlier, and that was the question, what does it mean in concrete terms to deal with restitution? And I would like to start my first question with Peju, she's an expert in, and I think one of the few Black or African women involved in the discourse of restitution. So my question would be, I would like you to tell us the background of the Benin Bronze negotiation from a Nigerian perspective, but also from a gender perspective. What does this really mean when you as a woman are involved in such discourses?
Thank you very much, Njeri, and thank you very much for having me here. I'm sure that the mayor of Cologne will agree with me that women have been gatekeepers of culture. And I say this, I had my first exhibition in Nigeria, like Njeri said, in 2010, and this was focused on the Benin story. And I've used this platform as a way of reaching out and letting people get to know about the history of the pillage that went on in Benin City. And I also say that as a woman, women are actually regarded in the culture, in Benin culture. And I take you to the story of Yoba Niyesigi. That is the mother of the king, the first son of the king. The very popular one is Idia. And she was, she went to war and was recognized and immortalized by the people, by the culture. Her son, the king, His Royal Majesty Yoba Esigi, was king in the 16th century. And so that title refers to the importance of women in society. And just a week ago, His Royal Majesty of Ayim also gave or conferred this title on his mother, posthumously. She died in 1976. So that should tell you how important women are in the culture. So taking this to my own work as an artist, I have used this platform many times to also invite male artists onto projects, and through my writings, I've also talked about their work. And when I was invited to curate this autonomous space, it's yours, I also thought that instead of showing my works alone, I should also invite other artists who have worked on the clamor for Benin objects for several decades. So going from there, I look at the issue of restitution, and Nanette Snop put it very beautifully, that it's a healing process. And we all agree that it's immoral for museums to continue to keep these looted objects that have been taken away violently, like in the case of Benin. And I think what is important here is to establish ownership of the Benin treasures. No matter how long these works are kept here in the museum, they cannot be owned by the museum. They can't be owned by the state of the city of Cologne. And I think that Germany has gone on to talk about returning about 1,130 looted objects back to Benin, which is a very, very beautiful move. And I hope that this happens next year as promised. And I think that it's very important that we begin to look at other cultures at eye level, as Nanette put it. And the world is calling, the global call for empathy, for reconciliation, for repair. And I think that we are going in the right direction. So I'll stop here at this point. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Peju, for that. So women are the gatekeepers of our culture, and they carry on, and Peju is a very good example of how that culture has been passed on from one generation to the next, also from a maternal point of view. So my next question is going to be for Andreas, so following on what Peju has said. I would like to know the current state of negotiation between Nigeria and Germany right now. And I think for all of us, very important just to understand, why are these negotiations taking place now?
My mic. Okay. What is the concept? Let me go back to refer to what Bénédicte said, that the return of the 26 objects to Benin state is like the fall of the wall. I slightly disagree. All we are doing is bound to those who did a tremendous work before us. And talking about cultural policies, in the early 80s, a Minister of State called Hildegard Hamm-Brücher for the older ones, already asked for the return of objects, and she was quite optimistic in 82 that in 84 she would see the return of the first objects. So there is not in a political but really in a civil society sense, there is a liberal society in Germany which is working on those topics since 50 years. We lost track. And it's thanks to the French President Macron and to the reports he has ordered that we have taken back that track to negotiate. So I went first time. I'm dealing with the topic of restitution since 2017, and the outgoing coalition has mentioned the issue of colonization as an important political issue. So we started to work on the restitution in 2017, and since we are Germans, we did not formulate a political will and then expect the reality to adopt to the political will, but we worked through the very German corporate identity, so coordinating with the cities, with the owners of the museums, with the Länder, and coordinating in the federal government, and that made us able to start negotiations with the Nigerian part basically from this year on. So I went first time to Nigeria in February. I went back to Nigeria in May after a common decision taken by all the owners plus the federal government. Then a Nigerian delegation came to Berlin in summer this year, and I went back to Nigeria this autumn and signed a memorandum of understanding, which exactly stipulates that we will proceed to the restitution of objects, to transfer the ownership, and continue with the Nigerian partners to talk how objects might be continued to be displayed in Germany, because this is also the will of the Nigerian partners, that those objects, the return of the objects is not simply a return of objects to a kingdom. It is more than that. They will bring also the wealth and the energy they have acquired in Europe. And there's an interest from the Nigerian side to say, okay, these objects, some of these objects will continue to play a role in European and in German museum. But it has to be done, like the Lord Mayor said, on eyes level, so meaning it is a question of justice, of equality. And for instance, we are the only owners. And how do we expect to negotiate between partners if one party is the only owner and the other party has no saying in that? So this is the first step to be done. And I'm quite optimistic that in winter this year, a delegation from the National Commission of Museums and Monuments will come over to visit the museums, to have curatorial talks with the directors of the museums. And in spring with the new government, we will see a political declaration formulated by the German government and by the Nigerian government, and then hopefully proceed to the first physical returns end of the year, depending on the ask of the Nigerian partners. And in order to ease that ask, we are also willing, and we are doing that, we are willing to invest into the new building of a museum and of a 21st century top-edge storage building in Benin City. And thirdly, we are training, currently we are training, and Nanad Snope is one of the driving forces of that project. We are training commonly German and Nigerian and African museums managers, and 4 of the first year will join afterwards the museum in Benin City. So I'm quite optimistic that the negotiations will go on and will result in something positive for the upcoming years.
Yeah, thank you so much. So you've talked about so many points. One, the German bureaucracy, which has taken a little bit of time. Secondly, networks that are needed in order for these Benin bronzes to be brought back. And thirdly, there's also a question of knowledge transfer.
Yeah, but sorry, it's not German bureaucracy. It's about democracy. It's about democracy. You have a political will, and then you need the engagement of the civil society. And this is a political engagement coming from activist groups, coming from academics. Ciraj is a professor, Bénédicte is a professor, so there is a role to be played by academics. And then part of the civil societies are also the museum's directors. Nanette Snope is engaged in that dialogue since 10, 15 years. She's part of the Benin Dialogue Group. And then you have to play also with a federal state, and that needs, and you need to coordinate. Without the leadership of Lord Mayor Reka, we would have much more political issues to be solved. So the first is a political will. The second is the engagement of a civil society and of the federal owners of all the museums and all the objects. And thirdly, it comes to reality. It's just another kind how politics are done than in, let's say, a more centralized governmental system.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like now to invite Professor Ciraj to the conversation. I mean, you have heard what Peju has said and also what Andreas has said. And we would like to know more about the general debates around restitution and how they have taken place, and also your own analysis as an expert on restitution.
Thank you so much, Njeri. And it's wonderful to listen to Peju, who I have had the honor of being in conferences with, and also to listen to my colleague Andreas, and to join other colleagues who are here tonight. You know, this is indeed a time that calls for humility, a sense of quietness, because it is a time of mourning. Our hearts are in our throats. But it is also a time of tremendous hope because of these developments that have been taking place, and they are so fast-paced. And we know that there is work to do on all sides, and we need open hearts. We need to be able to connect all of those administrative and legal and policy discussions that are taking place in different parts of the process with the civil society process that is happening, because restitution is a very important means of addressing unfinished questions of sovereignty that will enhance African independence from colonialism. It will involve a geographic movement, a reordering of ownership. But it is more than that. It is about remaking us as human beings. It is about reordering fundamentally the relationship between African societies and European societies. And this is about the return of ancestors, the return of ancestors. We saw the joy on the streets of Cotonou, and we will see more of that joy. This is also a time when we need to allow the unfolding of the restitution process as it will happen to enable us to rethink what we mean by museum. It also has to come up against all of the meanings that we have of our argument in favor of decolonization. Restitution itself is not decolonization. It is an important part of decolonization. But we need to ask what the other questions are that we need to address as part of decolonization. And that is in some ways a question of discipline. It is a question of the disciplines in which we have these discussions. And one of the most important ways in which we as African people will develop and enhance our dignity is through the insistence that we are people of history. that we are historical people. And what is happening now is an engagement with the historical problems of the ethnographic and how we will continue to live with the vestiges of the ethnographic, because we do not do an ethnographic restitution. This is a restitution that is about art, it is about history, it's about humanity and about dignity. And so there are a wider set of questions that we need to address that is the very meaning of restitution. So restitution is not an event that will happen on one grand day with the landing of an aeroplane and of a gathering at the airport and of the gathering of the people on the streets. As important as those kinds of ceremonies are, we have to think of restitution as a longer term project of restoration, of rebuilding, of healing, that involve returns and that involve a remaking of the relationship between museums and the people. This is an opportunity for us to rethink what we mean by citizenship, to rethink all of the concepts of the modern museum, of a disciplinary institution, of a regulatory institution, where every person knows his or her place. And I just want to say in conclusion, this exhibition in the Rautenstrauch-Joest-Museum that focuses on centuries of resistance as part of that insistence on the historical and of the dignity of formerly colonized people.
Thank you very much. Was I the one? Thank you very much. I think that it really calls us, in terms of decolonizing our minds, in terms of really rethinking what restitution actually means. Our humanity, going back to the history, asking what kind of fields are we, in terms of education, what is being taught. It's about us having to think about acquiring new knowledges, and also I think what Andreas said in terms of artifacts being from Europe going back to Africa, and there's a kind of a transfer, a knowledge transfer. One thing that has been translated here and then going back, of course, it's going to have a different meaning, or it's going to have a new meaning because of translation. So thank you very much for that insightful, analysis of what actually restitution means. It's not just about taking something back, but it's more than that, right? It's really considering our humanity as a people, as a global community, and as people who will have to deal with our own histories and continue to think about what that means for us in the future, and the partnerships that we want to build, and the kind of networks that we want to build in the future, and what that is going to mean not only for Europe but also for the African continent. So now I'd like to come back to our city, come back locally, and ask Eliza, what for her, now you have heard what Professor Ciraj has said about the question of restitution and what that means and his analysis, and I would like to know, what does that mean for you as someone living in the city of Cologne? And of course, the question of who is going to be allowed to speak and who is going to be allowed to shape these new partnerships, these new museums that we want to form or talk about.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Hello, everybody. So I prepare myself very well, so I hope I will be finished in 5 minutes. So for me and the people of in-house, restitution means everyday work. So like the speakers before me also tell, we see all the injustices which go up through the colonial time till today. We see it in our passports. We see it on the borders. We see it in the different access to resources. We see it also in the daily experience of racism. So, and people are being deported. So perhaps you see the picture in Peju's room that very good show that people are being deported to African continent because they are not allowed to live here. But we don't give back all the objects which are also not allowed to be here, but we keep them. So for us in the praxis, it's really the questions where I have no answer, but from there we get this arrogance when we look in our history. And this is for me a very big question. So for us, restitutions every day, hard work. It's so we try to perhaps not heal too much. We can't make this, perhaps to repair something, and to repair something in form of solidarity, of feeling of belonging, also of empowerment and the power sharing. So it's about humanity and dignity. Yes, I think it's the point. And we work many times now in the museum, and for me and also many people in Cologne, the restitution of Benin bronzes is a hope for us. So it's a hope because it's something works for once, and that we don't always talk and talk and talk and talk. So we like to have more action and more movement here. And I like also to add one thing that Peju you also tell to us. I think also restitution debate, it's female and queer. And it's, in my opinion, it's because we learn to survive in these toxic environments. And we know when to fight and to win. And we also know not to fight and to survive and to save something. So we have the passion to wait. And in the end, we hope we will get it. So also like we work, you like a question who shaped the museum. And yeah, it's yours rooms, like you tell us in your introduction, it's no resistance fits in a box. So this was also our concept. So in our room, the people who visit the museum can participate. They can work with us on our objects, let me tell you like this way. They can touch it, they can feel it. They can move something away or bring something new in our box. And we put day by day new things on the walls. So it's a movement. And when you ask about who shapes the museum, I think it's not me and it's not us, because we often feel the need, also a little bit the pressure to adapt to the structures here in the house. So I think before we invite people to participate, to shape the museum, we should question what is shaping and what we think who is allowed to shape, but also, that we see that our ideas of shape, it's really wanted. So it's okay when you are not interested in, but be transparent in these ways, and be transparent to when you invite civil society to say, okay, this is possible and this not. It's okay for us, but we have to know that. So, and I know 5 minutes are over. Okay, my last sentence. I hope that we, the people of Cologne, will take the step to bring back the Benin collection to where it belongs. And together say goodbye in dignity with a small party. And then see each other again in Benin and have a big welcome back party. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Lisa. So we are going to have a party, a small party here and a bigger one in Benin. We have heard it's a question really of, humanity and, of being able to work together. Our city, all of you here today and everybody who is watching us, can participate in changing the museum, can be able to shape, shape the museum and tell the stories and the narratives that, we want to be told. We can actively be responsible and take that responsibility so that we can also be part of that new narrative, of that new story that we want to rewrite or we want to start. or continue when we think about, as Professor Ciraj has saying, it's about bringing back our ancestors back home, right? So I'm going to ask Nana, the question of could restitution, the cultural assets from Europe, what does that mean for Africa? And what does that mean for our future? In particular, when you think about your encyclopedia that you want, published in 54 different countries.
Hi, thank you. And hi, everyone. Thank you, Nanette, for the invitation. Could restitution, what does it mean for Africa and what does it mean for us collectively? I mean, there's potential, I think, for it to mean a lot. For me, the restitution, as I think everybody more or less has said, is not just about the return of objects, it's about much more than that. I think that we're at a moment in time where things as they have been couldn't go on. It just wasn't possible. There were too many voices, there were too many countering resonances. And so we almost came up to a breaking point where museums as they are can't continue to exist in the way they are. I think lots of museum directors are having these kind of crises of what comes next because of the building on imperialist foundations. But I also have to say that I do have my issues with the way that the restitution debate as a whole takes place, very much centered in the West, very much centered in Western voices, academics, museum directors, etc. Ciraj knows well. We were together on the Action for Restitution to Africa project. I was a principal investigator. I left that project because of my problem with how much it was centered by, in this case, a Western academic, how dominant his voice was. I was the only Black African on a project that was supposed to be centering African agency. So I think there's a lot of lip service paid to this act of restitution. I think there's a lot of goodwill, definitely, and intention. But at the moment, is real change happening in the deep way that we need it to happen? I've heard a lot of talk about being at eye level. And I think, to me, this phrase is a little bit of an empty phrase, because the only way that we really have equality is when we have equality of presence, when we have equality of resonance, when we are, when our voices matter as much as everybody else's, and we don't have that at the moment in the restitution debate. If you look, I think my very dear colleagues, African Digital Heritage, have been charting in a very data-led way which voices are the most prominent in the restitution debate, and you'd be shocked to see how low African voices come in that. And so I think if we're going to create real change, it's not just about bringing the objects back, it's about as many people have said, healing, it's about repair. For us, we had the separation and fragmentation, not just of our objects being taken, but of our family members being taken in very violent ways. We had our histories and our narratives. We were told that our histories and our narratives were not as equal, we're not as valid, we're not as valuable. There is a whole, for us on our side, if you ask us on the African continent, I wouldn't say that we're going through a process of decolonization. I feel like that terminology is quite a Western one. For us, it's a process of reclamation, but not of nostalgia, not of looking back at the past, but looking forward with this motion of healing and of repair. And for me, the most interesting conversations that are happening around this are happening within the Global South. It's not these conversations that you're hearing about in the media, saying, yes, we're giving 5 objects back, yes, we're giving 20 objects back. These are great gestures, but the real conversations that are happening are those that are happening between us on the Global South, where we're really talking about the meat of what is happening. So yes, change is possible in that way.
Thank you very much, Nana. Yes, we need different voices. They need to be included. We have to decentralize these conversations from a European perspective and bring them back home in terms of the Global South. These voices need to be seen. They need to be heard. They need to be given the spaces. We need to heal, and part of that healing is also involving, the Global South in the conversations that are around restitution, because the question then still remains restitution for who and for whom, right? Who gets to speak? Who gets to control the conversation? Who gets the visibility and who doesn't get and who still remains invisible, right? And this is a conversation, that restitution didn't start just 3 years ago or a couple of years ago. It already started in the 1960s, right? We have, authors talking about restitution. Why is African art in Europe and not in Africa? Or even for me, on a personal level, having to see the Benin bronze, in a museum in Europe and not somewhere, in Africa, right? Or somewhere, where your culture, it has a history behind it, right? So also for us, I think it's important that, we also go through the process of healing, the process of understanding, the process of producing new knowledges, and also the process of, as I said again, partnership and working together. That knowledge has to be transferred. The Europeans have to listen to what African scholars or what African young people are talking about restitution. These voices need to be also put at the center so that we can decolonize the mind, as Professor Ngugi wa Thiong'o would say. So I think I want to thank you all for this panel, and I would like now to invite Ricardo, who is going to start with our Q&A from the public and also online. So thank you all, and welcome Ricardo back.
Thanks, Njeri. Hello? Yeah. Thanks, Njeri. Thanks all of you for this great panel discussion, but now it's your turn. It's your turn also on YouTube to ask questions to our guests. So feel free. I will go to your place and give you the microphone so that you can ask the questions. Even though I would like to ask thousands of questions, but please start. Is there already someone? Yeah.
Thank you, Ricardo. Good evening, everyone. I congratulate the panel for the discussions, and I congratulate Professor Ciraj. Now, during the last century, the Afro-American sociologist said that last century the debates and the conflicts in the last century, W.E.B. Du Bois, said that it will be fixed on racialism, racial antagonisms, and racial problems, some of which we had seen in the exhibition, and some of which had been real. Now, Samuel Huntington, a Harvard professor, working hard on conflicts amongst human beings and human communities, had also said that the debate in the 21st century, however, will move ahead from racial conflicts and racial discussions. It will now be about culture, about cultural differences, cultural negotiations. And I do believe that restitution and reparation is all about culture now. And truly, it has moved ahead and it has moved forward. And it is something to be welcomed. We must give Germany some credit, and a lot of credit too, that we cannot ignore the issues of the 1990s when the Berlin Wall fell. This is also a continuation of the progress we are making, in spite of all the conflicts, that it is now being taken seriously by Germany. It is true that Germans probably did not lead all the exploits, but at least it is possible to come. The museum is not only a place where material artifacts are kept, it is also an institutional and an intellectual center where debates about how the restitution will take place will have to be formulated. And something is very important in what Nanette Snoop said about the methodology of reparation or the methodology of restoration. It is about what Ayim calls remembering. It is not only bringing back the memory or mending them, but you remember the memory. Bring the memories to come together again so that there can be some smooth transition and that there can be better understanding between our various societies well above race, well ahead of race. It is not only about color or about the shape of your head or the mode of your hair, but also about the fact that our societies would have to transform on both sides and become societies of the future and of the 21st and the 22nd century. Thank you for bringing about this debate, and thank you for bringing these artists together.
So, thank you, Mr. Dele. I think this was not a question, but much more a statement. For that, let us continue with the questions. I see one hand here. Sorry, and then I'm coming to you. Yeah.
Thank you. I personally am so happy to be here this evening. This will go well in the history of Cologne as far as that continent, Africa, is concerned. Mr. Görgen, you talked very well, but your explanations are really more of a diplomat. There are quite a lot of politics in it. That's why I'm particular about getting the point right. You said through the negotiations, you've agreed with the Nigerian counterpart that you will assist in building houses to accommodate all that. And you went further saying that these objects might also come back again for display, that you feel it is okay, this is now my interpretation, you feel it is okay that they can go forth and back. So I can't really get that point clearly. You know, what do you mean? Bringing them over and then coming back here for what?
Thank you. Well, thank you. Yes, I'm talking like a diplomat because I'm just doing my job. So getting to your point, the transfer of property is meaning the transfer of ownership. And this is, from my perspective, a precondition to start talking about display and circulation. For me, one of the most important questions of the 21st century will be on circulation. If we go back to a neo-nationalism or neo-tribalism or something which will shrink us as humans, as nations. So yes, my wildest dream would be we transfer the property to Nigeria, to the Nigerian owners, and the Nigerian owners will confirm their interest that Nigerian objects might circulate and also displayed in European museums. Because I truly believe that those objects have an agency which is an universal agency and which will not only play its role in Benin City or Lagos, but which will play its role in Hamburg, Cologne, and in New York and many other places in that world.
Mr. Görgen, so I've been given the chance again second time because I raised my hand second time. You see, I said diplomacy, yeah? In other words, I can go into a contract with Nigeria, yeah, and don't even allow these things or these materials to move over. We can go into contract and let them stay here. Is that right?
No, I don't get your point. I'm afraid you are not getting my point. I'm talking about the political will, and it's a memorandum of understanding signed between me as Director General of Foreign in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, yeah, and the Director General of the NCMM. So we both agreed that Germany has to proceed to the transfer of full property, so of the property titles in next year. From that moment on, the owner is a Nigerian owner, and he will decide on the future and on the display of those objects.
Let us continue.
And on the circulation, and I insist on that. The future of the 21st century will be the question of circulation. If we shrink ourselves, and if we go to neo-tribalism or to neo-nationalism, and this is, look at this situation in Europe, how Europe is closing up. So that will be one of the most important questions in the next years.
So let us continue.
Juan,
you
Ricardo?
raised your hand before, sorry.
One moment, please. Peju wanted to answer that, and then we'll immediately come to you.
Yeah, I was going to say that sometimes I worry that this kind of agreements that are being signed between countries, if it wouldn't lead to further disruptions within the societies or the communities where these objects come from. And I worry very much about this word, partnership, and also the word circulation. What do you mean by that? It's very worrisome that we're also thinking about objects that are yet to be returned, coming back again to Europe. And I really, agree with your point that you're making here. I'm sitting down here and as a curator of It's Yours room with 96 objects in the Cologne Museum that were taken a few months after the expedition to Benin, 1897, and I call those bronzes there blood bronzes because they were violently removed. And only 3 of those objects have been in the permanent display in Cologne, meaning that the people of Cologne have only seen 3 out of 96. 93 of them have been in the basement, in the storages of the museum, away from the people of Cologne and away from the people of Benin. So I'm very worried about this word circulation. What do you mean by circulation? Circulating these objects, where? These objects have been here for over a century. Over a century, and yet we still talk about having the works back in Europe. It's worrisome.
Thank you very much. As you can see,
should we have a discussion?
We could,
or shouldn't we? We just talking about statements.
Let us continue with
one aspect which is important to me. When I signed that memorandum of understanding together with the Director General of the NCMM, there had been a delegation of the OBA. So what we did was to sign something with the in witness of a delegation of the OBA. And I strictly do not think, I do believe that there is a inner Nigerian complexity which has to be solved in Nigeria, and which has not to be brought and to be considered with German eyes. So I'm very happy of what you're inviting us. Yeah, we are talking to the OBA, we are talking to the Royal House. We are also talking to the governor, who is democratically elected, and to the federal government. And then there's something to be done to prepare the return within the Nigerian society.
Very briefly.
And then we continue, sorry, Peju. And then we continue with the questions. Okay, let us take one question from the public. Please address it to one person And then we have one question also from the internet, from YouTube. Please.
Hello, sorry about coming in such a heated moment when we should have continued to discuss. But Peju, give me a minute, maybe my question will bring you back with the same argument. I'll try. Okay, I would say that this is happening, this big term called restitution. Who is restituting what, for whom, is a very complicated question, but it's primarily also happening because Western museums are losing its status. That's the time. This is not the era of museum. This is something else. We are into digital era, we are into globalized era, we are into post-colonial era, we are into ultranationalist era. All these things together is the Western concept of temple or church of knowledge and civilization museum is conceived as, is actually becoming irrelevant. Otherwise, European power wouldn't have been so willing to give back something which was really valuable. When it was really valuable, it was not. But still, it is a historical moment, very good, but it's a very small moment. It does not restitute the labor. It does not restitute the wealth. Objects are not wealth. It may be valuable, but that's not the only precious thing which were looted. That cannot be returned. That can be returned only by political will, not by diplomatic will. Now, I'm not saying that that creates some, that undo the whole exercise of restitution. It's a nice, civilized ritual. It should happen. We should perform such rituals time to time. But this is not a major political change. It will not change the visa regime. It will not change the vaccine regime. It will not change the knowledge system, because which knowledge will be prioritized over whom, it will not change. Secondly, returning object to whom? African people? No, returning knowledge, objects to certain head of certain states. Now, tomorrow the states will be 3 different states. That is how we are going through, or maybe 3 different states will come into one. So the objects are not going back to Nigerian people. It is going from German state, not German, I mean, Germany is not actually so much implicated. So I should say other European countries' state to certain state which are currently existing, which will change. So it's not a big historical, when people came to give labor here on the Western soil, they did not come by the state. They came by their black power, black labor. So, but objects are going back to the states. Fine, very good, nice, civilized gesture. But that's it. No more than that. Thank you. Sorry, it's not a question, it's also a statement.
A statement, yes. So I understood it's a statement, not a question. As you said, sorry. And now we have a question from, but Peju, would you like to reply it? Sorry, I'm looking at the clock.
It wasn't a question, it was a comment. But I was going to say that the key word here is at eye level. At eye level. And I'm wondering if this is really at eye level, these discussions that are going on between Germany and Nigeria. And I'll take us back to some agreements which was signed between the French government and Nigeria over the Nok terracotta, which was described by late Professor Folarin Shillon as a very unholy agreement. So I'll leave it there.
Thanks, Peju. And now we have a comment, sorry, from Ciraj. So please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I want to go back to the contribution right at the beginning of the discussion from the floor. And that a comment that referred to an earlier age of being concerned with race and a later age of being concerned with culture. Well, in my view, we are still dealing with race. The organization of the museum world into the ethnological and into other categories is profoundly about race. In discussions with my German colleagues about museums and transformation and decolonization, they speak very freely about what they call the non-Europeans and non-European collections and non-European people, as if we did not have a politics of black consciousness in South Africa, as if we did not stop describing ourselves in the negative, as if we did not involve ourselves in South Africa in a fundamental struggle against the ways in which we were ruled through race and tribe. And we are, when we do restitution, we do something that is much more powerful than we think. You are, in fact, challenging some of the major organizing discourses and knowledge systems that were inaugurated by colonialism. So, I mean, museums are not just display institutions or holding institutions. They are fundamental institutions about knowledge. And so when we do the work of restitution, it is not just return. It has implications for all of this. And so, you know, we get many different kinds of African people, depending on how we were colonized, depending on whether we come from a port city or not. Some of us speak with African voices. Some of us speak with European voices. There are many of us who have complex histories of being multiple. We carry European passports and we carry African passports. We have been in these debates for a long time. As someone who is an African, as an indigenous African, yes, of mixed origin, but as an indigenous African who works at an African university, that was an oppressed university under the apartheid system, we will never be duped by any European scholar. You know, this is the time, colleagues, and for organizing on the African continent. And it is very important that we do this work on all sides. You know, when we fought the anti-apartheid struggle, we did not only organize ourselves as Black people into the civic movement, into the student movement, into the youth movement. We also caused dissension in the ranks amongst white people in South Africa. So it is very important that these are struggles that need to be fought on all sides, and we need to do so with a sense of wisdom, with a sense of clarity, and we do not need to be scared of anybody.
So thanks, Ciraj. We have one question from our digital public, and then there are some people in the public that I will take.
Yes, thank you. This question is addressed to you, Nana, and it comes from Anna Schäfer from the chat. How can these voices that you are talking about be listened to and acknowledged by a broad society in Europe and not just academics and museum staff?
Hi, Anna. I become less and less concerned about being listened to by Western ears, to be very honest with you. I think that, like I said, these conversations are thrilling and they're dynamic and they're alive and they are not lip service. There are lived realities. You know, we're living this. You know, this for us is not work. It's our lives. It's our lives of reclamation. It's, you know, our ancestors. It's our future. And so it's not work for us. And so the conversations that we have from our lips to each other's ears, for me, are crucial conversations. They're conversations about life, death, you know, and how we continue to exist meaningfully. And these conversations are being had whether they're heard by Western ears or not. I think that, you know, obviously it's important as human beings that we speak to each other. But I do think there are, in a way, two parallel conversations, as I observe, happening right now. The conversation which is largely being called decolonization in the West, which is about deconstructing and coming to terms with this history of violence. And I feel like it's such a difficult conversation for a lot of, even people who are grappling with it on a day-to-day basis, academics, activists. You know, they are having to come to terms with an internalized racism that they did not have to deal with on a daily level until now. Whereas we've been dealing with it our whole lives, and we don't have to have those conversations anymore. And so we are starting conversations from another place. And we don't need people to come in and sit with us. We don't need to hold anybody's hand anymore. And so I feel like at some point and in some way, those conversations will overlap and come together, but I don't think it's necessary for people to hear them. And those people who want to hear them will hear them. Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Nana.
Sorry, Ricardo, we had a question at the back.
Yeah, I wanted to ask, just for me to have an overview, because I saw there was one question before. Yes, yours. Okay, then, and then you. Then let us continue with him, then I'm coming to you.
Thank you. Like you, Ricardo, I think I also have about 1,000 questions, but I guess I'm going to be only able to answer or ask one. So if I had to choose, my question would be to Dr. Görgen. What I wanted to know from you, from a German bureaucratic perspective, as you call it here, I want to know. I mean, Germany has been or is playing a pioneer role in the restitution of artifacts together with France. So I wanted to know what you see Germany's role as, whether you see it purely in terms of a national role, or whether you think that Germany can also be an example, a best practice example for other European countries who maybe are not so forward and who can learn something from the German approach. Thank you.
Apologies, I'm so German, I do not think that we are a role model. So two aspects on that. The first one is from a song of Leonard Cohen. When it goes, there's a crack in everything, that's where the light comes in. So, and I do consider that acknowledging the cracks in our own national history gives us an impulse to reflect upon what we are doing in cultural policies. And the second aspect is international cultural policies in Germany had been invented in 1920, so by the first German democracy. And the aim was to become again member of the civilized nations after the First World War. And the second time the international cultural policies were invented was after 45, so in 51. Still the same aim, with a more of disaster between 33 and 45. So cultural policies is to answer a call of humanity, acknowledging that Germany has a national socialist past and has brought murder and destroy over a world. So there's another, so we know we will not be a role model. But what we can offer is that in these cracks in our own history, there is light which might come in and which might lead us to do it in another way than to pretend that all is on the glory and on on the glory of a nation state. I do not believe that the nation state will solve any of the global issues of the 21st centuries, and that cooperation is needed. Well, and when I see professors like Ciraj, who is participating together with Nanette in the museums lab, where we train for the first time German museums managers together with African museums managers, when I see that from the 8th of December on, 10 European museums will join the fray and join a pilot project established 1 year ago by Nanette and other museum directors and parts of the migrant community in Germany, then I'm quite optimistic that we are not absolutely wrong, but there's a crack in it, and sometimes light is getting in.
Thank you. Andreas, here we have another question.
So hi everyone, I'm behind the cameras, but I have a question. I'm from Nigeria, from Edo. My name is Francis. I actually sense a form of, I don't want to call it the German arrogance here, but I sense a form of, the people of Nigeria are not thinking this way. The people of Nigeria want their cultural goods. In this context, their idols, their forefathers back in Nigeria. But you're saying, I mean, I'm addressing the, yup, if I'm right. I just like to say, I think first of all, my question would be, the way you're communicating to me, it still sounds like what has always happened in the past. You know, I would want a German that acknowledges that they've done wrong, that they've taken my goods, they've taken my forefathers, and any conversation that we do have, it should be from my side. I don't want to be told how we've done it and it's done. It's not, I mean, I document these stories. The black people living in Germany still go through these problems that the German society inflicted into Africa. So the English people invaded Nigeria, we know that, but the Germans profited. So if we are going to have a conversation, I think we should start educating people. So the people in this museum right now shouldn't go on with this conversation of, oh, we've spoken to the Nigerians. You didn't speak to Nigerians. You spoke to our government, and even our government are confused about it. We want you to do the right things, educate the people living in Germany. We don't even want this skill exchange that you're trying to offer us, because we can also teach the Germans how not to take people's things. That's what I would like to say. Thank you very much.
Was it more like a statement or a question?
My question would be, why is it that the Germans do not know all these stories? How come people only discovered that these things in the museum? I mean, what is going on in the educational space in Germany that they do not even know? My hand's even shaking because I feel very bad, but I just had to ask this question. Thank you very much. You should educate the Germans so they know more. Thank you.
I totally agree.
What's our question? Yes, please.
No, just one aspect. Yes, and please allow me just to name one sentence in the treaty of this coalition which will step in the next week. For the first time in a coalition treaty is marked, we have a memory policies of and a memory policy in a immigration society. So the acknowledgement that we need a plural memory education and we need more plurality in our understanding of what is culture. It has taken too much time, and we are coming from a nation state and a nationalist background as all European states. So thank you. Thank you for your remarks, and please continue to put pressure on it. If not, our society will not be able to move.
Yeah, here I have one question over there and then over there.
Ricardo?
Or sorry, yeah.
Sorry, I have to intervene. He has been waiting for a very long time.
Okay, forgive me if I try to see everyone.
He's
I'm not
there
giving priority.
behind. Yes, he's been raising his hand for a few minutes already.
Okay.
There are the two of them at the back. That would be nice if they would start, please.
I had already him in mind, so let me start him. Continue there. Is
No,
it okay?
please start there and then
Yeah.
him.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Njeri. Also, since like the amount of people who are differently affected by the topic in this room, yeah, is like it is, I think also it's nice to consider this. So I have a short, really important comment, but as well also question at the end, so don't worry, and I will also address it. So the comment is, when I hear the white man on the stage or on the panel giving credits to Macron for starting or continuing the restitution debate, which is there since the stuff is stolen, I think it's really important also to talk about Macron's soldiers killing 3 of our black people in Burkina Faso recently, a few days ago. And what are these French soldiers doing there? Fighting against terrorism, to stop terrorist groups destroying cultural objects, what white people does in the last 500 years and still not giving the stuff back. And also what is German police doing there, keeping our people from their freedom of movement or migrating. And also, it was already said on the panel, but I want to highlight it again, that also on my phone I have a message of 27 people who were deported to Lagos on the 23rd last month, 10 days ago, and that's in a desperate situation. And I wonder also what will help them if I tell them soon, next year, the Benin bronze will also come back, maybe, hopefully. Yeah, so I just wanted to highlight this and invite everyone to take this home to their people or their circles and their government. So my question is, since the city of Cologne said that they want to work on this colonialism and start the decolonial process, a lot of activist groups, black people, people of color, migrant people, but also white people, are skeptical and not trusting the German government, but also the city government of Cologne and the major. So I want to ask maybe Nana and Peju, if you could give us advice in which way we should cooperate, or if we should cooperate at all in any way with the city of Cologne in this process of decolonization, if we don't trust them, and if we don't really believe that the change will come or will be radical or will be honest and enough what we need. Thank you very much.
Thank you for bringing the debate, grounding it in the reality of what is actually happening and bringing it from the abstract. I mean, it's quite a big question to ask for advice in this. I mean, I don't know if I have the authority to give advice in this, but I mean, my instinct would be to say, organize amongst yourselves, you know, find your safe spaces and your groups and organize amongst those of you who have the integrity of purpose and that you know you have that integrity of purpose amongst yourselves. Because it's a painful process. Like I said, this is our lived experience in our lives. It's not an academic exercise for us. It's not a political exercise. And I think one thing that is really not highlighted enough is the emotional labor that we have to endure in this. You know, we talk about restitution in these kind of circles, and oftentimes we're having to deal with the violence again and again and again of institutionalized racism and white supremacy and hierarchies. And this is something we don't speak about because it's just inherent. We're so used to it. And so protect yourselves, I would say. This is a long battle. It's not one that is going to be resolved today or tomorrow. You know, there's so much undoing and redoing and reordering that needs to be done. So find your safe spaces and your allies and amplify each other's voices in that way. And then I'd also say that within those structures that you don't trust, maybe there's one person that is somebody that you can talk to, maybe not the whole of that person, but maybe an aspect of them, and find your allies in that. And also, I would say be strategic. You know, be strategic. Because it's emotional labor for us, a lot of the time we act from an emotional place, which I think is fine, and we can do that within our safe spaces. But I would say that if you're trying to affect bigger change, look at the long journey and be strategic. Be strategic, focus on the little battles that you can win, and do it step by step, and have that in mind, and know that you're battling not just for yourself, but for the next generation as well. That's what I'd say.
Thank you, Nana. I just want to add that, yeah, it's very difficult to give advice to the city of Cologne, but I would say that what is happening here in the museum is a very genuine effort. There's a lot of transparency, and it means that there's hope for the city. This exhibition has gone on for over a year, and we see the number of visitors who come in and ask questions, and they're probing, and they're looking for ways out, solutions. I took a group of young children through my room, and the question they asked me it meant that they were ready to learn and also to change things. So I think it's a good start. Like Nana said, it can't happen overnight. But this is a very genuine effort. And I think that the museum should be the conscience of a nation, or the conscience of the people. And the RJM Museum is exemplary. And I think this is a model for other museums in the global north.
Yeah.
So I want to ask to ask the question a little bit from our perspective. I think yeah, it's for the next generation. I completely with you, but I think the positive thing of this, let me say in my language, country papers, is there's everywhere something written down. So we have to take this information, to check this, and ask the administration or the people who are in power position, okay, how it's going on, because everything is written. We are diverse, we are equality, human rights, blah, 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 you know? And so let's ask them every day what's about. And this, I think, it's also a little bit power for us. Okay, we need the safer spaces, but I hope we find also, or we can share power moments. So sometimes we are in power, sometimes you are in power, and we work together because we need to go on for the next generation, like our parents go for us, that we can see today here on this stage.
Okay, I think we're going to ask the last question.
Yeah, and Njeri, I wanted to ask, what do you think if after this question we invite the people to go to the foyer with a drink, and they're still asking more questions?
Yes, yes.
Yeah?
And you can continue the conversation after a breather, after a few minutes of taking a break. It's a heavy conversation. It's and it just can't stop here. We have to continue it. So I think we take the last question. Please keep your question brief, and the answers please short. And then we take a break.
Guide me, please.
No, there was here.
There, not? Or okay. So let us take the last one here before going to the.
Yeah, behind. He already there. Ricardo? Okay.
Well, I've been waiting to ask this question for some time, and because the cameraman is in front of me, the podium is not seeing me.
We are sorry for that.
Thank you. So I've been sitting here thinking of how to frame my question, and I know that Francis asked part of the question that I wanted to ask, and I'm directing my question to Mr. Görgen because I am triggered with the ones that you sent, even after you excused yourself. I'm not healing. And this is because you insisted on that, and I'm quoting you, you insist that these things will go back and they will still come back because there are some agreements. I'm requesting you so that the people that are burning like me in this room can go to this break or leave this room feeling contented. If it is possible that you withdraw this statement, because this statement showed arrogancy and it reminds us of things that we have earned in the past. Thank you very much.
I didn't excuse myself. And I sense some remarks impregnated by anger, by calling me this white man or bureaucrat. Well, it gives us the opportunity to reflect upon the conditions of a discourse, and I accept it. If you consider that my words are arrogant, we will take the opportunity and you might explain to me why you are sensing my words as arrogant. With those partners in Nigeria, from the royal court, from the civil society, from the Nigerian government and the Edo state government, I'm negotiating with since 1 year. And perhaps you might take that as an assurance. Never, ever, never, ever, they considered me as arrogant. And what we reached and what we agreed upon, nobody else reached that or agreed upon that. So I would really invite you to have a personal conversation with me, and I would like to take your remarks, and we might deepen those aspects. But I still do believe that we are working on a common progress.
So thank you very much. I think that's an invitation to have a personal talk. And I think it's also very important that we also remember that Andreas is here not representing everything and everywhere, but being part of that conversation and what really means that those negotiations that are happening between Germany and Nigeria. So I think him being able to report what is happening, and of course our remarks saying, okay, this and this is happening and this is what we don't like. And I think Francis also mentioned that that the people themselves from Nigeria are not involved in those conversations. Again, it's a very high, almost academic state affair, but of course the voices of the people are very important. So because of that, I would like to invite the last speaker who has been raising her hand for a very long time behind, and she asked the last question. I will not allow any questions anymore. And then any questions that you have, please do that while you're having something to drink or something to eat or run into the bathroom, so that we can be able to come back again and listen to the wonderful performance of Peju.
Yeah, thank you very much. I wanted to ask Nana a question. Like you said that, decolonization is a very intellectual discourse, and now again we find ourselves here in a very intellectual room and space and institution. And I wanted to ask you, like, what do you think about those events here, and also the exhibition, Resistance exhibition? What impact does that have? What do you think?
Hi, thank you for your question. I mean, for me, the real work is in Ghana. I have a mobile museum project, which is a museum that goes into communities across the country. And those engagements that I have with not even people from the art world in Ghana, but with people on the ground every day, I learn so much. It's such a humbling experience. it's so enriching on levels that I can't even contain in these sentences. That for me is, the real work. These conversations that I take part in here, I'm sorry, I know we're not out of time. I'm trying to say the most honest answer that I can. You know, for a long time, and I'm trying to actually let go of this feeling of obligation. For a long time, I felt like it was important for me to be part of these conversations, because often, you know, this time, you know, you guys are here, but often I'd be the only black person or the only black woman at these conversations. And so I felt a kind of almost like a burden of responsibility to at least be a voice within these conversations happening here. I'm trying to let go of that burden because it's not my responsibility, and I don't want to have to carry that anymore. I don't know. It's a difficult question for me to answer, and it goes quite deep because maybe we can talk about it at greater length, but I don't know. I think that to a certain extent, I'm tired of all of these conversations that are happening around restitution, you know, with the same players over and over again, the Bénédicte Savoys, who was earlier here, you know, these conversations, I'm tired of them because I don't feel like they really do anything. Yes, absolutely. The exhibition I haven't seen, but when Nanette invited me, I have a lot of respect for Nanette and for her work. And nowadays, I will filter the invitations I do accept by, and I'm sorry to say this openly, but first of all, is a person of African descent. I will put that first, you know, especially if it's a person of African descent and a woman. I have to filter the invitations I get because there's a lot now. When you, as one of the few African voices that is visible in this debate, you get literally bombarded with invitations to be a token or a representative, you know, or represent within this whole debate. And then the other thing is, do I respect this person's work and what they do and what they're putting into the world? In this case, like I said, the invitation came from Nanette, and I respect her work and what she's doing. I haven't seen the exhibition yet. To the extent to which these conversations here in the West do anything, I mean, I guess it depends on, you know, each one of us and of you, and what you take from it, and what you then go on and do with it, and how you resonate that out. And I think that if there's one honest and integral exchange, and if that does something, and if that goes on to have some kind of impact in some way, then it's meaningful. A lot of the times that doesn't happen, but sometimes it does, and then it's worthwhile and it's meaningful, I think, yeah.
Yes, so thank you very much. I think we continue the conversation outside. We all need to breathe. And Ricardo, I just, hand it over for you to finish and drink some water, please. I want to thank the panelists. Thank you so much for this wonderful conversation. Thank you for, educating us and bringing the points back home. Professor Ciraj, thank you so much for staying so long and for your contribution to this debate that still needs to continue and must continue, in all different places and spaces. So thank you, everybody, for being here. Thank you for those who, watching us online. It has been a great, wonderful wonderful evening. So please, we all take a break and then see you later when Peju will perform her poem. So don't run away, please.
Thanks, Jerry. So we're continuing at 8:30. You have the possibility to discuss outside with a drink. And after that, we're going to see Peju's performance and a talk with Felwine Sarr. So see you at 8:30.
a discussion in Namibia current state. It just has become to the forefront. It is not taught in schools. It is not written in our textbooks. So you cannot start a discussion when there's no foundation.
I was trading in this loose for a pearl necklace. Some days I'm afraid to look into the mirror for fear that a bullet George Zimmerman its way into my chest for hours of sleeping breath, and my mouth is empty, and at the scare courtroom I'll be ducking. I'm alive to make it to the stairs for some people. Their triumph and confidence, and that journey's way at the high
blood on the leaves and blood at the root, black bodies swinging.
Perfection is a godly thing.
Sometimes I pretend the world is
I
upside
wish I
down.
were white. Sometimes I pretend
Maybe all this will
the
drain
world
away
is upside
and I will
down.
disappear.
Hello. So I would like to please you to take a seat. We're continuing right now. Please take a seat, come in and take a seat, or stay outside, however you like. But we are continuing.
Hello, everybody. Again, we changed a little bit the program because we wanted to introduce this next battleground or this next part of this evening with Peju, Peju Layiwola, but Felwine Sarr is waiting since almost, since almost more than 30 minutes, and this is a long time. So I prefer that we give at first the place to Felwine Sarr, and then we can finish this evening with Peju Layiwola and her new poem based on her link to the Benin bronzes. Felwine, I see you on the screen, and thank you very much, Felwine, that you have accepted to be among us, and that you also are waiting since minutes and minutes and minutes, almost 30 minutes, in order to start your speech. Thank you very much, Felwine. I won't present you. Everybody knows you. It was a very emotional and deep discussion about restitution and beyond. And I think we needed, a lot of persons here in the audience needed a little moment to come a little bit, to become a little bit calmer. And so I give you the word. Thank you very much, Felwine. And all the guests are waiting and will listen to you. Thank you very much, Felwine.
Thank you, Nanette, for inviting me and giving me the floor. And I just would like to reflect with you about the word resistance and share with you some thought I have when I think about what could mean this word in the context of restitutions. So just some ideas. First of all, resistance, again, is one's pre-notions and false evidence. When I was a young man and I was studying in France, I went to the Museum of Quai Branly and I visited a lot of exhibitions about African art and artifacts. And at that time, I was not interrogating the presence of African artifacts there. I was just finding that the exhibition was beautiful. I was very happy to see such beautiful African artifacts well exposed, well exhibited. And in the Museum of the Quai Branly, they also have a book shop, a kind of library. And I went there and I found a lot of interesting books about Africa, CDs, music, and it was a kind of interesting journey for me to come from Orléans and to arrive in that place where I have traces of the African culture well exposed. And years later, when I think about these episodes, I see how is strong and powerful the naturalization of the presence of those objects in Western museum with narratives and discourse and legal frameworks. And at the time, I just thought, oh, okay, they have bought this object normally. And when we started the job around restitution, as I understood how were strong the way they managed to make normal and natural the presence of the object there. even if for a young African like me, not interrogating so much why they are here. I was just interested by the beauty of their, exhibitions. So resistance, trying to build a conviction on research and the knowledge. When we started the work with Bénédicte Savoy, we didn't really know what we were supposed to find in the archive. How many objects, their provenance, the condition in which they were acquired. All these questions were open for us. And we just felt at that time that we have to make research and build our opinion on the basis of what we have found in our researches. And we find that 2/3 of the object, the artifacts, arrived in France during the colonial period, between 1885 and 1960. And these 2/3 and 60% of these objects, they came, during this period, and they were coming specifically from the 17 former French colonies. So they arrived in the general framework of colonialism. It means a general framework of asymmetry. And we try to make a job to distinguish the different gesture of captation and to, on the basis of the work that already was done, have been done by the Museum of the Cape Brownlee and a lot of people. But what was interesting for me is to discover the statistics and to say, okay, it's not just few objects that were, carried by military administrator, etc. It was an enterprise, huge enterprise of dispossessions of African cultural heritage, through different phases and different gestures. So after that, and after a lot of research, an idea of resistance arrived again, or about an idea of patrimonial justice based on research, but also to resist to the reduction of the meaning of the so-called object, because these objects, most of them are subject for African societies. So, and to be aware of the richness of the different layers of meaning that they embed. Subject/object were created by African societies, and they didn't wait, African societies didn't wait the arrival of Europeans to give to those subject/object a different kind of meanings and social functions, ritual functions, spiritual function, daily functions, artistic function, etc., etc. And it was a kind of attempt to get rid of the colonial gaze, to get rid of this idea of ethnographic object, this idea of masterpiece of art, and to get rid of the reduction of their different rich, deepened meanings just in the little box of the Western categories. It's very interesting. Here we are in presence of artifacts, cultural heritage that were created by societies, nations during a long period, and that are the result of a social, a cultural, a spiritual evolution of societies in the long term. And once they were taken from Africa, they were put in different epistemological dispositive and different sets of meanings, and all the previous meanings were wiped away and forgotten and veiled. So resisting against the reproduction of the Western vision of patrimony, this idea of, okay, you have to build the same museum as us, you have to be able to have the same dispositive of conservation, and all this question about ecologies that Africans have already and can create to host this object in different places of their societies according to the different meanings they can give them. And in this wide variety of dispositifs, the museum is one, but we can imagine a plurality of dispositifs according to the vision of the meaning and the sense that African societies are willing to give to those objects. So how to exhibit them, for what purpose, where to put them back, for what social function, etc., etc. So a kind of epistemological freedom and variety. So resisting again the monolithic epistemology of the object. Resisting also against the terms of the debate in the way they are framed in the Western world. They were framed generally very quickly. Oh, they are going to empty the museum, or around the idea of property or ownership, or around a lot of condescendent ideas, or around the materiality of the object. A few days ago, Bénédicte, Savoy, and I had the chance and the privilege to travel to Benin Republic, and we were invited by the president of Benin to accompany the treasure, the artifacts of Abomey, you know, in their restitution, in their arrival. And when we arrived there, we were deeply impressed by how they were hosted by people, how a lot of people were waiting on the road from the airport to the presidential place to see just the trucks that were transporting the object, how in different places in the country they organize the ceremonies and rituals to host them and to give peace to the spirit of the object, and how these objects were not only objects, you know, they were traces of history, they were ancestors. And all the intellectual debates means to me very vain and less relevant, just in front of the you know, being the witness of how important these ancestors were for the people that were waiting more than a century their return in their homeland. And when we were discussing with the scholars or the people there, they were asking us incredible questions. One of the questions was, in which language are we going to talk to the ancestors? They were abroad for more than 1 century. At the beginning here, they were speaking Fon, and now are we going to speak them in Fon, or do we have to speak them in a different languages because they were absent during a long time? It was for me an amazing question. They were not treating this object, as inanimate object, but as a subject, and they were asking themselves which languages to use to speak to them. And in the conversation we had, what was very interesting is to see the new question, which meanings, how to re-socialize this subject object, which types of meaning for the contemporary Africa, which dialogue with the contemporary arts, etc., etc., etc. And I had the feeling that, you know, probably the most interesting question were not the question that we dealt with before, but the new question when the subject/object arrive in the country, and a society has to re-socialize them, has to deal again with them, and give them sense and meaning, and put them in the construction of the present and the future. And those questions seems to me very, very important, and much more important than, you know, all the categories we use before this restitution arrive. And probably my last word about this idea of resistance is how to get rid of the idea of resistance. Resistance means that something is in front of you, and you are opposing a force to something in front of you. And probably the idea is to go beyond resistance and to create another space, a space of creativity, not just being, you know, in response to something that is trying to oppress you or limit you, but opening a new space and giving birth to a new universe, to a new world, etc., etc. And when the throne of Gezo was coming out of the truck, it was like a birth, this action of coming out of a kind of belly. I was in front of it and I was looking at this, this event, and I felt that something new, was arriving. It was like a newborn. So, and the idea I had is that probably it will contribute for these people to a rebirth of something. So thank you very much, Nanette, and thank you for having gave me the room.
So thank you very, very much, Felwine Sarr, for this talk. It's really inspiring, and I'm sure there is a very interesting link to the performance of Peju concerning these languages spoken by those objects. But before going on with Peju, let us have 20 minutes of questions that you can ask to Felwine. Please raise your hands. I will do my best to take everyone who wants to ask a question. I saw already someone there. And please help me if I don't see someone.
Thanks a lot. So good evening, Felwine Sarr. I have one question. You already mentioned a little bit at the end of your speech, but nevertheless, I would like to ask it again. So it's concerning the 26 objects that were restituted by the France to Benin. We could see here in television when the objects arrived that the people in Benin were very enthusiastic by the arrival of the restituted objects. So, and you have been there, you saw it. How did you live the moment? How did you experience this very special moment, and what did it mean for the Beninois?
It was very emotional, very moving, and I had the sense that probably it was a kind of historical moment, because what is specific in the Benin Republic is that when those objects were looted, it was the end of the Abomey Empire. So it's a historical moment that were important for them. A lot of objects went out from African countries, I would say, in a quite normal time, by scientific missions, with militaries, with administrators. And sometimes there's a kind of amnesia because the people don't link the loss of this object with an historical event. In Benin, the case is that they have linked the loss of the throne of and the status of Gezo, Glele, Beanzin, and all the artifacts with a specific historical moment they have experienced. And these objects were kind of regalia, so they have important meaning for them, but they remind them a change in their contemporary history. So I think the return of the object and the ability to repossess them, and probably there is debate, where are they going to stay? First of all, they will stay in Benin for acclimatization during 2 months, and they will go to Ouida in the museums there for 3 years, and they will come later to the Abomey kingdom, in the place where they were supposed to be the time they finished all the work they are doing to make this place able to host the object. And I've heard a lot of debate about, okay, these objects are coming back, but who is now, who will have the responsibility or the charge to take care of them? And a lot of questions arrive. And I felt that, this negotiation with one past, with one trace, with the trace of one past was, going on, was starting. And probably interesting and difficult question, arrive, and they have to deal with that. But it's mean how they renegotiate their actual identity with their ancient identity. So all these questions arrive. But the first feeling we had is a feeling of emotion, a deep emotion, and something that carry profound meanings, and you can feel it by seeing the people around, by being in the ceremonies, by listening to ones, etc., etc. And the second feeling I have is that an interesting time is beginning, because they have to deal with these traces of their history, and what are they going to do now, with those traces to reinvent themselves.
Thank you, Felwine. There is another question from the public.
Thank you very much for bringing us back in the history. Just two questions. One, do you believe during this length of time of occupation, were there only just 26 objects that were taken?
Oh.
One. And second question is, this is always being asked. If the objects get back, how are they going to be maintained? This question always comes from Europeans. They just have the feeling nobody would be capable of taking care of this. Now, the materials that has been used to create those objects, they are from that soil. And so from your observation, from your experience, is that a trouble? Is that a problem at all for the local people? Not at all, isn't it? So we don't need to worry about that. Yeah. So now, back to the question about the quantity of objects looted. Can you tell us more? Because you started by saying, you were studying in France. I think that was in Paris, right? In Paris, yeah. And you were really totally amazed, yeah. These beautiful objects, and for sure you've counted more than 26. So can you tell us more about that?
Yes. If you go to the database of the Quai Branly, you can find it online. If you type Benin Republic, you have around 3,000 objects just for the Museum of the Quai Branly. Now, what you have to know is that most of the African artifacts that are in French or in European museums, you have about 10% of them that are exhibit, and 90% that are in the caves that are not shown. And these 26 objects are the artifacts of the Benin, of the Abomey kingdom. So they call it in French les trésors d'Abomey. And I think it's probably because if you take them as a whole, they have a kind of meaning, because they are the status of the three last kings of the Abomey Empire, their thrones, their records, etc. So it was a coherent kind of ensemble. And in the letters of demand of restitution that Benin Republic has made in 2016 by the channel of his Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Aurélien Agbenonsi, they didn't precise the type of object they want France to give them back. They just say, so you are holding in your museum important artifacts of our culture, etc., etc. They argue around the importance of those objects in their history and their culture, but they didn't precisely name what they want. And when, after the report and after the discourse of Ouagadougou, French, and after the law, French decided to restitute, French decided by his own to restitute these 26 one. But the president of Benin, the day of the signature of the agreement of restitution, in the French presidential palais in Élysée, he asked for the Djegou, the status of the Djegou that is very important for the Benin Republic, and he asked for a kind of a tablet of divination. They call it the tablet Fa. And when we were in Benin, there were debate about the next demand of restitution and what are the symbolic or the important object they want to come back. And they were very interested by the Djogu status that is not in Cape Brown, but I think in Le Louvre, or I've heard that Le Louvre drew it from the exposition, or where and changed the place. I have to verify the information. But what is interesting is that this first step opens new steps. So normally there is a national commission of the Benin Republic who will list precisely which object they want according to their symbolic value, according to how they want to create a new geography of the identity, of the national identity, because these objects are just from the Abomey Empire, but they have to ask objects from Bida, from Alada, from other places of the Benin Republic to give the sense that the objects that are restituted represent the variety of Benin Republic. So I think the work is just starting. So they have much more than the 26. And I think that the next restitution probably the Djogus will come back and the statue fire and probably other objects. And you're absolutely right for the question of conservation. Those subjects were made by, material and woods under the African climate. And I have read in a book that in the first time at the beginning, when they took the object and they bring them in European museum, they were not able to take care of them. They didn't know how to do a proper conservation. And they came back to Africa to learn traditional techniques to take care of the object. And after that, they improved that, obviously, the technique of conservation. So there is a lot of different answers. You can say, okay, there is African experts that are trained that can do it first. Second, these objects were in different places in African societies, in temples, in houses, and they have been preserved during centuries or a century and a half, so that they were able to find them there and to take them. It means that the African societies were able to keep them alive, during the long durée. And you can go beyond the idea of conservation by saying, look, for a lot of African societies, objects have a lifespan. They have a birth date, they grow, they live, they decline, and they die. And they rebirth, they grow, and they die again. And in some African community, they bury their mask after 10 years to give them a new vital influx. So the idea is that the object has the same lifespan as the humans. They also die. So the idea of immortality or an object that must be here for the eternity is not so much, even if they have the object of the kings that they keep, come for a king, but the idea of renewing them and putting them in a lifetime cycle is an African idea. So there's a different conception. And when the object broke, so you have to repair it. So it means that this idea of eternity and monumentality, you don't find it in all African societies. You find it for some objects. But a lot of objects, they have normally to live, to die, and to rebirth, and to live and to die. So there's a lot of answer that help us to get rid just from this Western conception of conservation, even if they have ability to do it. But it's much more interesting to ask the question, did they really want to do it, for eternity? I'm not sure.
Thank you very much. I still have 4 questions here. 1, 2, 3, 4. And maybe after the 4th question, we will see if we still have time. So please try to make it short.
Yes, I try. Thank you for your recommend. My question is, you said that the object need to be resocialized. Sorry for my English. I want to know how, and the other question, or I'm afraid of I'm very happy that we start now the discussion, we come to that topic, we open the doors, but still I'm afraid that we send the objects back and our reparation is gone. I mean, how can we stop this thing? Yeah, so that people say, okay, now we did it. Now we send the objects back. What do you want more? Look at the future now. So, and I want to know how you think we resocialize the objects so that we can still have a future and learn about the future and tell the right story. Thank you.
No, I think I can give you an example. For example, in Senegal, they have built a museum of Black civilization, Musée des Civilisations Noires, that opened its door in 2018 in December. And the director of the museum don't want his museum to be an ethnographic museum. He say, look, these objects were ethnographized by the European, but we can't ethnographize ourselves and our culture. You know, it's an external gaze that ethnographies them. So he has temporary exhibition. He mixed contemporary arts and African traditional arts. He created dialogues, and he tried to reinvent all the discourse around the object. And in the first exhibition, he created a dialogue of mask between African mask and Asian mask and European mask. And it was very interesting to see these different kind of settings and the different meanings that arrive, and his attempt to re-socialize objects, to give them new meanings, to put them in different stage and settings, and to create different discourse around them. I think we are just at the beginning of something like that when the object arrives. So when the objects are not here, there is no need to ask a question about how are we going to deal with them, because it's so far. They are there, and we don't know if they will come one day. But when we know that they are arriving, we have to think about where we have to host them, which meanings, which sense. Are they going back to the community? Are they going to the museum? Are they still spiritual object or not? Are they charged or discharged? So all these questions are the question of resocialization. And this question arrive because the object arrive, and it creates debates, and African society ask themselves, which meaning in the contemporary time are we going to give to these objects? And just the few days we stay in Cotonou, we witness those debates, around what are we going to do with Gezo Glele, with the doors, with the throne, where, etc. And they decide for the first exhibition to create a dialogue between contemporary arts and these artifacts. So second, I think we are just at the beginning of a movement. When France has decided to restitute the artifact of Benin, 6 African countries claim for more than 10,000 objects. And those African countries, I think at the beginning of the independence, they were willing to ask for their object, but they saw that, most of the European countries say no. They went to the UNESCO, but it didn't produce result. And when in the contemporary time, they saw that the door was open, so they start claiming. And if I take the case of France, they just vote a specific law to authorize this object to be restituted, but now they are thinking to create what they call a loi cadre. It's a kind of framework, a legal framework that is much more large and open than a specific law to authorize those restitutions. If you look at the conversation in Germany with Nigeria about the Benin bronzes, in Scotland, in Amsterdam, in different places, it seems that there's a kind of movement that is slowly but surely, I think, beginning around the restitution. And I think it's not just the beginning of the story. It's not the end of the story. It's just the beginning of the story. It's my sense.
Thank you very much. We go on with the next question, which I think will be asked in German. I will translate very fast.
Hello, Mr. Sarr. Is it okay for you to ask my question in German? I'm not so safe in my English in details.
Yes, there will be a translation. So
okay.
go.
Yes. Also danke erstmal und also ich möchte Sie was fragen und davor möchte ich kurz etwas dazu erklären. Ich habe eine Vision. Ich persönlich, ich heiße Sude und ich komme aus dem Iran. Und im Rahmen dieser Ausstellung in Resist wird Iran, wird Mittlerer Osten, wird also fast ganz Asien nicht repräsentiert. Tut mir leid, dass ich gerade etwas den Thema wechsle, aber es ist mir ein sehr großes Anliegen, Ihre Meinung dazu zu fragen, was Sie davon halten. So meine Vision ist, dass ich denke, dass der globale Süden insgesamt, ob Asien oder Afrika und Südamerika, sich solidarisieren sollte und viel mehr zusammen sich tun sollte, weil überall in der ganzen Geschichte sind so viele historische Kunstwerke beraubt worden. Also die Länder sind beraubt worden und so weiter. Und ich wünsche mir, dass diese Macht, die wir zusammen haben können, in globalen Norden Europa zusammen sich tut und uns gegenseitig verstärken und uns repräsentieren, weil es dann eine Effizienz hat, eine Wirksamkeit, die es benötigt, die zum Ziel, also meiner Meinung nach, meiner Kenntnisse nach, zum Ziel führen kann, weil sich eben all die Jahrhunderte sich nichts getan hat. Und ich bin gerade sehr emotional, ich bin wütend und ich möchte meine Hoffnung bewahren. Und deswegen möchte ich Sie fragen, ja, wie ist Ihre Meinung dazu?
Okay. It was a long question. I will do my best to translate it properly. Please correct me if I say anything wrong. So, Felwine Sarr, the person who was asking comes from the Iran. She's criticizing the exhibition and she says she hasn't found any example of anti-colonial struggle from Iran in this exhibition, in the whole exhibition, exactly. And from whole Asia, she means it's underrepresent Asia, and she's wondering if it isn't, or I think she's saying it's necessary for people from the global south, from Asia, from Africa, from the Americas, to solidarize, to get together, to make things happen and change, because this is still missing, and with together all people from global south could have more force to make these things happen. Is this more or less correct? Yeah. And what is your opinion about this?
Yes, what I think is that the question of the restitution is a tectonic question. You know, it's start somewhere. And when we were doing the report, we had people from Indonesia and from Singapore, they writers. And personally, I didn't know that this question would interest people in Indonesia, because, you know, they have deal with Holland, you know, and they have artifacts there. And I just wanted to give her the example of the African countries. At the beginning, it was a question from France to a specific country, France and Benin Republic, France and Senegal, France and Nigeria and Germany, or Ethiopia and England. And last month, the African Union asked me and a Kenyan named George Abungu to write a common position for African country. So, and during all these 3 years, it took them 3 years to decide that now they have to raise the question not on the basis of the bilateral cooperation from one country to one country, because sometimes it's much more easier because of the specific law for each country, but they decide that they have to move as a continent and have a platform. And the 3 last day from December 1st to now, there is a conference in Dakar where a lot of experts from Africa arrive and try to build a common position for Africa. I think this movement will come in Asia, in different places, in Egypt, and probably, solidarity is absolutely a good thing, but I just think that it takes a little time to start from a national level and to go beyond the national level. But in the African continent, I'm seeing it now, and it took us 3 years to have this first meeting to have an African common position on the question. And I think from step to step, African will discuss with Asians, etc., and share the experience around that.
Thank you very much. And I was said that I can only accept one very last question from someone who was already waiting. So sorry for those who already raised their hands. I saw you, but this is really the last one.
So thank you, first of all, for your contribution so far. So my question has to do, because we talk a lot about these objects that are being restituted or in the process that are royal objects, like the ones that were brought to Benin, the ones that are going to come back to Nigeria. And there's a case of the objects that were of common use, and maybe they lost the connection to the communities that produced and used them, and they lost their meanings, and they are now sitting in these caves of museums. And how can we, maybe even the Benin Republic won't think about asking for them back, because there's so many other royal and more objects that retained more meaning to ask back first. And so how can we bring engagement to these other objects, and these objects that lost their communal connection? And yeah, that's the question.
I think you're absolutely right. It's a very strong question, because first of all, the objects that are asked most of the time are masterpiece of art, or royal objects, or spiritual objects, or objects that are full of meanings, or in the memory of peoples. And the daily object, for common use, the natural tendency is to forget them, or to give them less importance because of their materiality, etc., etc. And I think it's the role of the national committees for restitution to build a list of objects that represent the variety of the material culture of a country. Yes, the royal treasures are very important, the spiritual objects are very important, but the society produces a variety of material objects that have different meanings. And if you want to showcase that, or if you want to reflect on that, you must have a list that represents the variety. And I think it's the responsibility of the National Commission to do that, to also ask objects that came from the different places of a country, the different cultures, the different subculture, and also to ask for a different range of objects or subjects, to represent the diversity of the material culture. And I think it's a very important question, objects that we feel that, they are not very important, or that have lost their meaning. We need them for historical purpose. We need them for a lot of, reasons, and we need to have a trace of them. So I totally agree with you.
So thank you, Felwine Sarr. This was the last question. I'm so sorry. There are still people that would like to ask something, but please, I apologize. We cannot continue. Thank you for being with us, Felwine Sarr.
So thank you very much, and bonne suite de conférence.
Yeah. Bonne continuation.
Okay, bonne continuation.
Merci. And now I would like to please Peju Layiwola to get on the stage. It's yours.
Thank you very much. I'm going to read a poem I wrote here in the museum after I touched for the very first time the Benin bronze one of the ancestral heads that was taken away from the palace of my great-great-grandfather in Benin City. I was also born in that same palace that was pillaged by British soldiers. And I took the title of this poem from a poem written by Diana Ferros in 1998, which is a tribute to Sarah Batman. And the title is, I Have Come to Take You Home. I also ask that you join me when we get to the middle of the poem, where we have the numbers. So we'll call out the numbers together. I also want to thank Lisa Khan for producing this copy and the translation in German. I have come to take you home. Edo beckons on you. Edo yearns for you. Oh, Edo. Edo Nimotse. You whispered to me, take me back to where I belong, amongst my kith and kin, away from the soft whispers of words spoken in German, French, Dutch, and words spoken too often and yet still unfamiliar. Wunderschön, exotisch, spektakulär, schön. I have heard too many sounds in my lifetime. The sporadic burst of osisi, the crackling of burning sheaves, the thought sounds of Benin soldiers dropping from treetops like nuts, the clanking of metal against metal, the shuffling of ivories, bronze, and wood by desperate soldiers. As I journey through Ugaoba to storages in ships, pockets of looters, auction tables, and to the silent chambers of museum basements. Dead silence. I have become a game of numbers, stamped with a new identity. 2, 0, 1, 1, 1, 8, 9, 7, 0, 1, 1, 1, 2, 9, 2, 1, 9, 6, 6, 0, 8. I have come to take you home. Through familiar spaces. Remember Rokpota. Remember Ogbe. Of course you remember Igueon. To again hear the sound of frenzied bellows, the happy chants of the craftsmen, the pouring of molten metal, and the sound of molds cracking to reveal yet another cast. I have come to take you home to the land of Omonoba Nedo Uku Akpolopolo. It's been 4 rains since we last saw. Yes, I shall rest forever in Edo. In Edo, I shall find peace and rest forever and ever. Thank you.
This one is working. So thank you very much. Thanks, Peju, for this. I would like just to thank everyone who was here, who participated, who asked questions, who was patient. Thanks for this very, very inspiring evening. And now, please don't go home, because if you go home, you would miss the best, one of the best parts of the evening. And it is the DJ set of DJ Roquiabamba, who's waiting for us in the foyer. So please. There. And for those who are following us online, the DJ set is also going to be streamed via YouTube. So continue the party at home.
De pronto unas voces en la calle me gritaron negra. Negra, 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 negra. ¿Soy acaso negra? Me dije. Sí, ¿qué cosa es ser negra? Negra. Y yo no sabía la triste verdad que aquello escondía. Negra. Y me sentí negra. Negra. Como ellos decían. Negra. Y retrocedí. Negra. Como ellos querían. Negra. Y odié mis cabellos y mis labios gruesos y miré apenada mi carne tostada y retrocedí. Negra. Y retrocedí. Negra, 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 negra. Negra, 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 negra. Y pasaba el tiempo y siempre amargada seguía llevando a mi espalda mi pesada carga. Y como pesaba. Me alacé el cabello, me polvé la cara y entre mis entrañas siempre resonaba la misma palabra. Negra, 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 negra. Hasta que un día que retrocedía y que iba a caer. Negra, 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 ¿y qué? ¿Y qué? Negra, sí, negra, soy, negra, 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 soy, negra, sí, negra, soy, negra, 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 soy. Y hoy en adelante no quiero laciar mi cabello, no quiero. Y voy a reírme de aquellos que por evitar, según ellos, que por evitarnos algún sinsabor llaman a los negros gente de color. ¿Y de qué color? Negro. ¿Y qué lindo suena? Negro. ¿Y qué ritmo tiene? Y negro, 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 negro. Al fin comprendí. Al fin ya no retrocedo. Al fin y avanzo segura. Al fin avanzo y espero. Al fin. Y bendigo al cielo porque quiso Dios que negro azabache fuera mi color y ya comprendí. Al fin ya tengo la llave. Negro, 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 negra soy.
ansia perdí. Entre tu casa y mi casa será el calor que no abraza. No es de gozo, no es de ira, como tampoco es mentira que algo de ti se ha escondido entre tu calle y mi alma. Será tal vez la esperanza de un cariño adormecido. Yo sabré reír, yo sabré llorar, yo sabré entregarte mi cariño. Negra, negra que te quiero, cosa, negra presuntuosa, mira que me estoy muriendo, dame vida de tu boca, bota, que me está pisando los talones de la libertad. Negra, negra que te quiero, cosa, negra presuntuosa, mira que me estoy muriendo, dame vida de tu boca, bota, que me está pisando los talones de la libertad. Será tal vez la esperanza de un cariño adormecido. Yo sabré reír, yo sabré llorar, yo sabré entregarte mi cariño. Negra, negra que te quiero, cosa, negra presuntuosa, mira que me estoy muriendo, dame vida de tu boca, bota, que me está pisando los talones de la libertad. Negra, negra que te quiero, cosa, negra presuntuosa, mira que me estoy muriendo, dame vida de tu boca, bota, vida de tu boca, ay, 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 ay. Dame, dame, dame tu boca, negra presuntuosa, negra mentirosa, negra, 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 goza, goza, negra mentirosa, negra presuntuosa. It's the kids, baby.
Dangote babala, Simba babala, Chibu babala, Mondi babala, Zombie babala, Magufuli babala, Makonda babala, Wasafi chamala, Ngoma ni kopokoko, leo ndani twakesha bobo, watasambazia kokomoko, moja baridi moja moto, mmechoka eti, mnataka lala, tungi limezidi, tuzime muziki, twende kisambugile, sambamba, hapo vipi na bamba, inogile inatamba, basi chani kamusamba, wataweza kweli kushindana nasi, hata wakiungana, matusi kututukana. Dangote babala, Simba babala, Chibu babala, Mondi babala, Zombie babala, Magufuli babala, Makiembe babala, Wasafi jamalao. Adim Selema, Aticha Selema, Mambing and Dema, Lishimo Medema. I'm a fussy bifum Stella Leko. I'm a baki Masono Neko. Ponza Kujagat, Gesha Puwashet, Chesa kama monkey, Punjo Kidangi Dangi. Tumewachapa akishomoki kimewanasa wana tapa tapa Dangote babala, Simba babala, Chibu babala, Mondi babala, Zombie babala, Magufuli babala, Majaliwa babala, Wasafi jamala. Tuka ukipanda na ile shati na vua, tuka ukipanda na ile bukta na vua, jamani na vua, mama na vua, mzeno na vua. Sina piga yope, bona piga yope, iyo bona piga yope, ina piga yope. Kale na piga yope, mina piga yope, momo na piga yope, fungwe na piga yope.
Yeah. Turn it up, turn it up. Turn it up, turn it up, turn it up, turn it up. Yeah. Yeah. Let's take it back to the 90s. Let's take it back to the 90s. Back to the 90s. Let's go. Yo, this the kind of groove that moves you, makes you wanna get up and dance, makes your body feel real good. So I wish somebody would mess up my groove tonight, cause I'm trying to rock alright. Get my house on all night. So DJ beat that shh. So DJ beat that shh. Yeah, beat that shh. DJ beat that shh. Yeah, beat that shh.
Magalida, Magalida, meu coração tá sofrendo. Magalida, Magalida, diz-me aonde está. Onde eu consigo? Atenção! Magalida, Magalida, meu coração tá sofrendo. Magalida, Magalida, diz-me aonde estás, mama. Magalida, Magalida, a saudade de mar. A guerra já acabou, a guerra já acabou, Margarida. Sei que esperaste demais.
didn't know then what I know now. A race is just a game. It don't get deeper. It don't get deeper. Oh, brother, brace yourself, 'cause you will need time. Wrap it in your mind, 'cause you'll never be the same again. Oh, go Negro, go find yourself. Go kneel down. Go kiss that ground. 'Cause nothing's gonna really change. Wish it gets deep in the bottom. Deep in the bottom. You can't go deeper than the bottom. They gets deep in the bottom. Deep in the bottom. Can't get no deeper than the bottom of Africa. It don't get deeper. Oh, no again. Can't get no deeper than the bottom. Oh, incognito, orphan child. Go sing your song. Go, things right, things wrong. Everything's about to change. Come racing, races out of breath. Go pace your step. Make a social life out of social death. Everything changes. He said, go look in the mirror and see. Look at you, sister, look at me. Are we really just the same? I said, I'm black as coffee with no cream. See, Africans, we know when who I be, and nothing's ever been the same. Oh, you better get deep in the bottom. Deep in the bottom. Can't get no deeper than the bottom. You got to get deep in the bottom. Deep in the bottom. Can't get no deeper than the bottom.
It's up a dice. Yourself, me on the pond. Oh yeah, fún wọn lẹ́gbẹ̀gbẹ̀. Oh yeah, fún wọn lẹ́gbẹ̀gbẹ̀. Oh yeah, fún wọn lẹ́gbẹ̀gbẹ̀. Fún wọn jẹ́ bí ṣe wẹ́gbẹ̀. Oh yeah, fún wọn lẹ́gbẹ̀gbẹ̀. Oh yeah, fún wọn lẹ́gbẹ̀gbẹ̀. Oh yeah, fún wọn lẹ́gbẹ̀gbẹ̀. Fún wọn jẹ́ bí ṣe wẹ́gbẹ̀. iPhone 1, iPhone 2, iPhone 3, iPhone 4, iPhone 5, iPhone 6, iPhone 7, oh my love, iPhone 8. So for me on the pond. Aboki wedding naira. Me want change am for my dollar. 10 billion for my moto. Owó tó kó dání ṣomato. Àwọn àbókí wọn tẹjà, wọn ti gbọ́ sórí mi, wọn kì í wo tẹ́lẹ̀ ni, ẹ kì í ta pépà ni. Ask about me for Ikeja, they go tell you how I dey get down. Log in Instagram, na my story full for time. Oh yeah, fún wọn lẹ́gbẹ̀gbẹ̀. Oh yeah, fún wọn lẹ́gbẹ̀gbẹ̀. Oh yeah, fún wọn lẹ́gbẹ̀gbẹ̀. Fún wọn jẹ́ bí ṣe wẹ́gbẹ̀. Oh yeah, fún wọn lẹ́gbẹ̀gbẹ̀. Oh yeah, fún wọn lẹ́gbẹ̀gbẹ̀. Oh yeah, fún wọn lẹ́gbẹ̀gbẹ̀. Fún wọn jẹ́ bí ṣe wẹ́gbẹ̀. iPhone 1, iPhone 2, iPhone 3, iPhone 4, iPhone 5, iPhone 6, iPhone 7, oh my love, iPhone 8.
You know where small leg baby, Maruwa ko tu gbe keke. Lálẹ́ yìí máa rí mẹ́mẹ́, you say bá mi wọ́n máa tó bá túlẹ̀. Baby girl no dey do yanga, you know where senior say baba. Ó ṣe kọ́ fún ulala, fún wọn lẹ́gbẹ̀gbẹ̀, kọ́lé Utjiua, ọtí bọ̀ bóyá fún wọn lẹ́gbẹ̀gbẹ̀. Má lọ sùn ẹgbẹ́, ọmọ mi àná lè rẹpẹtẹ, ṣáyé wá bí báyìí, ó wá rẹpẹtẹ, yé. Owó japa nínú bank account, all the fine girls wanna come around you. Aboki, where my naira, lálẹ́ yìí mo fẹ́ tẹ̀sẹ̀ my naira.
Aboki, where the naira? Me want change on for my dollar. 10 billion for my moto. Owó tó kọ́ dání ṣọ́mátó. Àwọn aboki wọ́n tẹ̀jà, wọ́n ti gbọ́ story mi, wọ́n kí wo tẹ́lẹ̀ mi, ẹ kí n ká pépà ni. Ask about me for Ikeja, they go tell you how I dey get down. Log in Instagram, na my story full for town. Ó yẹ fún wọn lẹ́gbẹ̀gbẹ̀, ó yẹ fún wọn lẹ́gbẹ̀gbẹ̀, ó yẹ fún wọn lẹ́gbẹ̀gbẹ̀, fún wọn jẹ́ bí ṣe wẹ́gbẹ̀gbẹ̀. Ó yẹ fún wọn lẹ́gbẹ̀gbẹ̀, ó yẹ fún wọn lẹ́gbẹ̀gbẹ̀, ó yẹ fún wọn lẹ́gbẹ̀gbẹ̀, fún wọn jẹ́ bí ṣe wẹ́gbẹ̀gbẹ̀. iPhone 1, iPhone 2, iPhone 3, iPhone 4, iPhone 5, iPhone 6, iPhone 7, oh my love, iPhone 8.
Somebody bobo, wado bí robo. Ìjó lẹ́gbẹ̀gbẹ̀ ní mò ń jó wà láì mi ò tí ní ṣoko. Chaka.
Call me Mr. Real. Run yourself, me on the morning.
It's been mine on the mix.
Kevin Troops.
Everybody get down. Get down. Shake. Come on, get down. Move.
Reverse, baby, you pull over. Baby, you pull over. Show me your particular, baby, pull over. Baby, you pull over. In a light, baby, you pull over. Baby, you pull over. Back, baby, you pull over. Baby, you pull over. Reverse, baby, you pull over. Baby, you pull over. Show me your particular, baby, pull over. Baby, you pull over. In a light, baby, you pull over. Baby, you pull over. If in a man, they make me they follow your lane. I like how you did. I want make you follow me play. If in a man, they make me they follow your lane. I like how you did. I want make you follow me play. Your bumper, catchy. Your real lights, flashy. I they feeling you badly. You they making me want to go naughty. I'll take you around the world, my baby. Oh, baby. Baby, you pull over. Baby, you pull over. Reverse, baby, you pull over. Baby, you pull over. Show me your particular, baby, pull over. Baby, you pull over. In a light, baby, you pull over. Baby, you pull over. Back, baby, you pull over. Show me what you got. Baby, you pull over. Reverse, baby, you pull over. Baby, you pull over. Show me your particular, baby, pull over. Baby, you pull over. In a light, baby, you pull over. Baby, you pull over. I mean, you know like to dance. Me, I like to dance. I mean, you know like
killer.
It's Kelpie vibes.
Sound so cute. And when they jump so cute. And my people they go jump so cute. Boss man, they go jump so cute. When the bed do they enter body. Enter body. All the girl them go shake their body. They go shake their body. Oluwabana mo bona belly. Say mo bona belly. You know get money, you take up police. Me I dey love you, Connie. Say I take grace and no nama. But I go spray you the money on your ma. You supposed to know, say me not be newcomer. So my baby make you no go dollar. No go dollar. When the bed do they enter body. Enter body. All the girl them go shake their body. They go shake their body. Oluwabana mo go na felly. They mo go na felly. You know the money you take up police. Me I dey love you, Connie. As I dey sing, they feel the pulse. Because the people jump around. Make you dey listen well because I know if you shout. No joking around. Listen, make I tell you what it's all about. I know you tell you I see what I ain't the coconut. You sit down inside boss, you say you be boss. Oh yeah, look da da da. Look da da da. Say suma picking with the para with the ga ga ga. Kilo shell like ba ba ba. Oh look da da da. Look da da da. Say suma picking with the para with the ga ga ga. Kilo shell like ba ba ba. When the bed do they enter body, enter body. All the girl them go shake their body, they go shake their body. Oluwabana mo go na felly, go na. You get money, you take up police. Yeah, they love you, Connie.
Pronto.
Isso, vai.
Pronto. Pronto.
vibe. Vai, vai.
Heavy boy.
I'm like for bucket too. Me like to brace pan it. I'm like for bucket too. I'm like for bucket too. Me like to brace pan it. I'm like for bucket too. Bucket too. Bucket too. Bucket too.
I saw you bad.
When me a bend over, me a wine and cut. Inna the air, me a wine and cut. And that girl can't test how me wine and cut. Charlie, know you love it, how me wine and cut.
Check a pre-meal up when you wine and cut. Position like a W, wine and cut. That's out to tight, pum pum punch Charlie Black. Make a keep tip, so come wine and cut. Pussy, girl, where you come from, wine for me. Make a keep on you like a pepper, still wine for me. Like a tennis ball, me when you fling it, give me. Your pussy wet like clothes, then make a key ring it. King out to tight, pussy for me, baby, me want brother. Is a position, I go give you the data. Make a key shovel up your pussy like mix smarter. I will be your fuck master.
When me a bend over, me a wine and cut. Inna the air, me a wine and cut. And that girl can't test how me wine and cut. Charlie, know you love it, how me wine and cut.
Check a pre-meal up when you wine and cut. Position like a W, wine and cut. That's out to tight, pum pum punch Charlie Black. Make a key tip, so come wine and cut. You come already, you the one come again. Make a key still stand up like the clock of London. Inna the fucking dumb, me a the fucking done. I better say me fuck you till you want left your man.
The way you love me good, boy, me left me man already. And you give me good loving, so me ready for go steady. Put a ring on it and give me a baby. Anybody ask is Charlie. Over me a wine and cut. Inna the air, me a wine and cut. And that girl can't test how me wine and cut. Charlie, know you love it, how me wine and cut. Me like to brace pan it, me like to brace pan it, brace pan it. I'm like for bucket too. Me like to brace pan it, I'm like for bucket too. I'm like for bucket too. Me like to brace pan it, I'm like for bucket too. Bucket too. Bucket too. Bucket too.
I saw you bad.
When me a bend over, me a wine and cut. Inna the air, me a wine and cut. And that girl can't test how me wine and cut. Charlie, know you love it, how me wine and cut.
Check a pre-meal up when you wine and cut. Position like a W, wine and cut. That's out to tight, pum pum punch Charlie Black. Make a key tip, so come wine and cut. Pussy, girl, where you come from, wine for me. Make a keep on you like a pepper, still wine for me. Like a tennis ball, me when you fling it, give me. Your pussy wet like clothes, then make a key ring it. King out to tight, pussy for me, baby, me want brother. Is a position, I go give you the data. Make a key shovel up your pussy like mix smarter. I will be your fuck master.
When me a bend over, me a wine and cut. Inna the air, me a wine and cut. And that girl can't test how me wine and cut. Charlie, know you love it, how me wine and cut.
Check a pre-meal up when you wine and cut. Position like a W, wine and cut. That's out to tight, pum pum punch Charlie Black. Make a key tip, so come wine and cut. You come already, you the one come again. Make a key still stand up like the clock of London. Inna the fucking dumb, me a the fucking done. I better say me fuck you till you want left your man.
The way you love me good, boy, me left me man already. And you give me good loving, so me ready for go steady. Put a ring on it and give me a baby. Anybody ask is Charlie. Over me a wine and cut. Inna the air, me a wine and cut. And that girl can't test how me wine and cut. Charlie, know you love it, how me wine and cut.
Baby, I like your style.
Grips on your ways, front way, back way. You know that I don't play. Streets not safe, but I never run away, even when I'm away. OT, OT, there's never much love when we go OT. I pray to make it back in one piece. I pray, I pray. That's why I need a one dance. Got a Hennessy in my hand. One more time before I go. Higher powers taking a hold on me. I need a one dance. Got a Hennessy in my hand. One more time before I go. Higher powers taking a hold on me.
Baby, I like your style.
Strength and guidance. All that I'm wishing for my friends, nobody makes it from my ends. I had to bust up the silence. You know you gotta stick by me. Soon as you see the text, reply me. I don't wanna spend time fighting. We got no time and that's why I need a one dance. Got a Hennessy in my hand. One more time before I go. Higher powers taking a hold on me. I need a one dance. Got a Hennessy in my hand. One more time before I go. Higher powers taking a hold on me.
Take it slow, make you lose control. Cause if you're down, cause if you're down, cause if you're down.
I need a one dance. Got a Hennessy in my hand. One more time before I go. Higher powers taking a hold on me. I need a one dance. Got a Hennessy in my hand. One more time before I go. Higher powers taking a hold on me.
Starboy day for you. Baby girl, you find yourself though. Girl, you make my head red though. Anytime you know they close to me, yeah, yeah, yeah. Baby girl, now you I want to. Baby, shey na me you want to. Make we day 1 + 1 or 2, yeah, yeah, yeah. 1 liter, oh say 1 liter. 1 liter, oh say 1 yacha. 1 liter, oh say 1 liter. It be only you be my desire, oh. 1 liter, oh say 1 liter. 1 liter, oh say 1 yacha. 1 liter, oh say 1 liter. Only your water fi burn my fire, oh. Yeah, yeah. Starboy day for you. Starboy day for you. Everywhere you go, baby girl, you be my handbag. Gone are the days when me and you just stand for. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Making it right, make it just the stand for it, though. So good. Open up my mind, and I only you did my mind, though. Yeah. Baby girl, you find yourself, though. Girl, you make my head red, though. Anytime you know they close to me, yeah, yeah, yeah. Baby girl, now you I want, though. Baby, shey na me you want, though. Make we day 1 + 1 or 2, yeah, yeah, yeah. 1 liter, oh say 1 liter. 1 liter, oh say 1 yacha. 1 liter, oh say 1 liter. It be only you be my desire, oh. 1 liter, oh say 1 liter. 1 liter, oh say 1 yacha. 1 liter, oh say 1 liter. Only your water fi burn my fire, oh. Yeah, yeah. Starboy day for you. Starboy day for you. This kind of love where I can't see no corny, yo. Maybe I go shine with you to the morning, yo. This way I go do for you, girl, you no funny, yo. Don't be corny love, man, use you play, although everywhere you go, baby, I go be your handbag. Gone are the days where I go let you stand for. Yeah, yeah. Making it right, make it just the stand for it, though. So good. Open up my mind, and I only you did my mind, though. Yeah. 1 liter, oh say 1 liter. 1 liter, oh say 1 yacha. 1 liter, oh say 1 liter. It be only you be my desire, oh. 1 liter, oh say 1 liter. 1 liter, oh say 1 yacha. for you. Montre-le-moi doudou, t'es mimi, dis-le-moi doudou. Prouve-le-moi doudou, et ça c'est quel comportement doudou. Tu me mens beaucoup, ça c'est quel comportement doudou. Tu me mens beaucoup. Là c'est clair, il me fait tomber. Je le vois, laisse tomber. C'est qu'il est frais, je vois flou. J'aime quand t'es là, c'est tout. J'ai dit oh, j'ai juré qu'on est plus que poteau. J'ai dit oh, j'ai juré qu'on est plus que poteau. Parle en français, sois clair. J'ai passé l'âge de jouer, j'ai dit. Toi et moi on se sait, n'en fais pas trop s'il te plaît. On perd déjà du temps à tester nos limites. La présence coûte cher, dis-moi quel est mon bénéfice. En moi tu pourrais voir nos projets, l'avenir. Mais nous brûler les ailes, il faudrait éviter. Aime-moi doudou, montre-le-moi doudou. T'es mimi, dis-le-moi doudou. Prouve-le-moi doudou. Et ça c'est quel comportement doudou. Tu me mens beaucoup, ça c'est quel comportement doudou. Tu me mens beaucoup. Les soirs venus, faut qu'on se mette à l'aise, ouais. Sinon laisse tomber. Tu peux chercher, elles n'ont pas le verre, yeah. Chérie, laisse tomber. Les soirs venus, faut qu'on se mette à l'aise, ouais. Sinon laisse tomber. Tu peux chercher, elles n'ont pas le verre, yeah. Chérie, laisse tomber. Les rageux nous pistent, longue est la liste. Pour mériter ce qu'on veut. J'ai barré tous les dalles, maintenant à nous deux. Il est dans ma tête. J'ai le cœur à la fête. J'crois bien qu'on est en osmose. Faut que ça s'arrête jamais. Non, jamais. Aime-moi doudou. Montre-le-moi doudou. T'es mimi, dis-le-moi doudou. Prouve-le-moi doudou. Et ça c'est quel comportement doudou. Tu me mens beaucoup. Ça c'est quel comportement doudou. Tu me mens beaucoup. Les soirs venus, faut qu'on se mette à l'aise, ouais. Sinon laisse tomber. Tu peux chercher, elles n'ont pas le verre, yeah. Chérie, laisse tomber. Les soirs venus, faut qu'on se mette à l'aise, yeah. Sinon laisse tomber. Sinon laisse tomber. Sinon laisse tomber.
Je ne peux pas poursuivre un homme. Je le liquide. Je ne veux pas du minimum. Pas de 50-50, pas de 50-50. Je ne peux pas poursuivre un homme. Ne me parle pas de love, je suis pas comme les autres. Je ne veux pas le minimum. Pas de 50-50, pas de 50-50. Qui est sur le péril, je réponds pas, t'es dans la tourmente. Je te skip en quelques secondes si t'es trop collant. Je les gifle en rentrant, bordel, je suis insolente. Si j'y gagne rien, je peux pas vraiment savourer le moment. Je mets des chouchous autour des billets pour en faire des liasses. Je te laisse aboyer, je fais des donuts dans la classe. Je t'ai repéré mes yeux, t'es perdu au fond de la boîte. Si jamais un jour je te cours après, c'est pour ta pote. Je ne peux pas poursuivre un homme. Je le liquide. Je ne veux pas du minimum. Pas de 50-50, pas de 50-50. Je ne peux pas poursuivre un homme. Ne me parle pas de love, je suis pas comme les autres. Je ne veux pas le minimum. Pas de 50-50, pas de 50-50.
Je ne veux pas poursuivre une cache-nez. Elle est vraiment têtue. Je ne veux pas qu'on se prenne la tête. Je lui fais virement tout de suite. Des fois quand je suis posé calmement, je vis ma fusée. Elle me fait ses crises, elle veut que j'aille jusqu'à Bruxelles. Comment peut-elle oser? Ça c'est vexé. Deux trois Louis Vuitton, elle m'a pris pour une pucelle. Elle est folle, elle veut prendre mon téléphone. Elle veut prendre mon bénéfice, girl, veut vider mes poches. Elle est folle, elle veut prendre mon téléphone. Elle veut prendre mon bénéfice, girl, veut vider mes poches.
Je ne peux pas poursuivre un homme. Je le liquide. Je ne veux pas du minimum. Pas de 50-50, pas de 50-50. Je ne peux pas poursuivre un homme. Ne me parle pas de love, je suis pas comme les autres. Je ne veux pas du minimum. Pas de 50-50, pas de 50-50. 50-50, pas de 50-50. Pas de place pour être à deux quand on se sent bien seul. J'ai la place pour être à deux mais je me sens bien seul.
Elle est folle, elle veut prendre mon téléphone. Elle veut prendre mon bénéfice, girl, veut vider mes poches. Elle est folle, elle veut prendre mon téléphone. Elle veut prendre mon bénéfice, girl, veut vider mes poches. Elle est folle, elle veut prendre mon téléphone. Elle veut prendre mon bénéfice, girl, veut vider mes poches. Elle est folle, elle veut prendre mon téléphone. Elle veut prendre mon bénéfice, girl, veut vider mes poches. Anissol Violo.
6 million ways to die. Choose one. What am I trying to do? Try to test me. You want to test the rocket launcher? Well, let me tell you something. Me are the original butcher. We have the chopper. Lord of mercy. Hear this. Wait the man. Who that a come? Wait the man. Who no think me did done? Wait the man. Who that a come? Wait the man. Who no think me did done? Me come fit and up. Say DJ go and go sit down. Me come fit and up. Tell them fi pack up and run. Me come fit and up. DJ go and go sit down. Me come fit and up. Tell them fi pack up and run now. Put up and come off of the right. They have two sticker than the might. Admiral, come off of the left before me use the bomber and box it till the death. He's the grindsman, him a send threat. Me electric chain, me go shock him to death. Wait the man, who that a come? Wait the man, who no think me did done? Wait the man, who that a come? Wait the man, who no think me did done? No for them a pose and I say them a done. Only done me know a the one skeng man. That the done man him run the island. Hey foolish DJ, you a look position. Go pussy now your brief in front of your man. Wait the man, who that a come? Wait the man, who no think me did done? Wait the man, who that a come? Wait the man, who no think me did done? Me come fit and up, say DJ go and go sit down. Me come fit and up, tell them fi pack up and run. Me come fit and up, DJ go and go sit down. Me come fit and up, me no come fi make fun. Me lyrics them a fire like a bullet from a gun. Watch the little boy them a pack up and run. And listen ragamuffin me a chant them down. Tell the whole of them say me just can't done. Wait the man, who that a come? Wait the man, who no think me did done? Wait the man, who that a come? Wait the man, who no think me did done? If a boy try test, him days a go done. Him nah go live to see the rising sun. This ragamuffin me a chant them down. Strictly cultural lyrics he come fi fling down. Wait the man, who that a come? Wait the man, who no think me did done? Wait the man, who that a come? Wait the man, who no think me did done? Me can't done. Tell Admiral come me can't done. Tell Ninja Man come me can't done. Tell Buju him come me can't done. Tell Capleton come me can't done. Tell Cabra him come me can't done. Tell Grindsman him come. Wait the man, who that a come? Wait the man, who no think me did done? Wait the man, who that a come? Wait the man, who no think me did done? Me come fit and up, say DJ Quang.
Her beauty's like a bunch of roses. If I ever tell you about Maxine, you older say I don't know what I know, but murder she wrote. Real. Murder she wrote. Murder she wrote. Murder she wrote.
Action on with him, a pretty face and bad character. Them the kind of living can hold chaka. Follow me. A pretty face and bad character. Them the kind of living can hold chaka. Say girl you pretty, your face it pretty, but your character dirty. Girl you just a act too flirty. You run to Tom Dick and also hurry. And when you find your mistake, you talk about you sorry. Come now.
Have a cozy corner where she jokes and where she jam. She know about Luke, Jack and every money man. Make love with the coolie Chinese, white man and Indian. The wickedest kind of girl that miss a flyers go up and down. Now you heard about this girl, her name is Maxine. Her beauty's like a bunch of roses. And if I ever tell you about Maxine, you older say I don't know what I know, but murder she wrote. Murder she wrote. Murder she wrote. Na. Murder she wrote.
Watch and now stand still. You not pay me like bill. If you're testing ragamuffin, girl, you going get killed. Girl, keep wait. Cause you a crebe. And the lyrics when me talk, it me DJ, girl, come out. Because you nah shock out. And when you hear the ragamuffin, you have to jump and shout. Don't touch me gate. You not pay me what I read. The concrete is great. Make you underrate. From me, you pretty face and bad character. Them the kind of living can hold chaka. From me, you pretty face and bad character. Them the kind of living can hold chaka. Say girl you pretty, you face it pretty, but your character dirty. Girl you just a act too flirty. You run to Tom Dick and also hurry. And when you find your mistake, you talk about you sorry.
Now every middle of the year, this young girl have a passion for the coolie white man Indian mix it kill and it's fun. And just the other day, me see her 6 months pregnant. Now she back for sweet again with not a baby in a prom. Do you heard about this girl? Her name is Maxine. Her beauty's like a bunch of roses. And if I ever tell you about Maxine, you older say I don't know what I know, but murder she wrote. Murder she wrote.
worry. The girl a boss and a brag on, she look sexy. All she worship is pure vanity. The girl a boss and a brag on, she look ready. When she wash her clothes, it dirty, girl you not ready. If you can't cook for me, girl you not ready. If you can't wash for me, girl you not ready. If you know you're flirty, flirty, flummy. You pretty face and bad character.
All of the boys they wanna come to my yard. Touch up on my body 'cause they know I'm hot. All of the boys they wanna come to my yard. Kiss up on my body 'cause they know I'm hot.
Me and the boy, them sugar so sweet. Can't give me the eye 'cause she can't compete. Every time me come around, yeah, them boy, them get weak. Body so clean, so them like sweet, sweet. They know me too real. Don't sell a count to them, but them can feel her. See me a fashion killer. The original gangster, real heartbreaker.
All of the boys they wanna come to my yard. Touch up on my body 'cause they know I'm hot. All of the boys they wanna come to my yard. Kiss up on my body 'cause they know I'm hot. They know I'm hot. Hot, 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 hot. They know I'm hot. Hot, 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 hot. You know I'm born with it so I can't teach. Nah, me can't teach. You know I'm born with it so I can't teach. Nah, me can't teach. All of the boys they wanna come to my yard. Touch up on my body 'cause they know I'm hot. All of the boys they wanna come to my yard. Kiss up on my body 'cause they know I'm hot.
Tell me to fire up on the dance floor. Every time me work it harder. Tell me that's not stress me. Boys wanna sex me. Girls try to test me. They know they can't touch me. They see me too real. Don't sell a count to them, but them can't feel her. See me a fashion killer. The original gangster, real heartbreaker.
All of the boys they wanna come to my yard. Touch up on my body 'cause they know I'm hot. All of the boys they wanna come to my yard. Kiss up on my body 'cause they know I'm hot. They know I'm hot. Hot, 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 hot. They know I'm hot. Hot, 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 hot. If you're a hot girl and you're in the place, attitude rude, come wind your waist. Hot girl in the place, attitude rude, wind up your waist. If you're a hot girl and you're in the place, attitude rude, come wind your waist. Hot girl in the place, attitude rude, wind up your waist. Hot body girl. You know me hot, you know me hot. Full crate, Nation Navy, party squad. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Yo, est-ce que pour ce monde la terre? Est-ce que pour ce monde la terre? Pas petit, pas combien la terre? Oya, ça de culture. Brasilia, ça la pangolin.
Tá fixe, tá fixe, tá fixe, o baile tá fixe, tá fixe, tá fixe, tá fixe, no Rio tá fixe, tá fixe, tá fixe, tá fixe, Luanda tá fixe, tá fixe, tá fixe, ha! O mambo tá fixe.
Isso é funk com duro, samba no pé, Angola e Brasil, irmão vem mexer, novinhas a solta no baile do Rio, Consável na casa, o mambo aqueceu, novinhas gostosa no mexe, mexe, aí Marcão, qual é irmão?
Tá fixe, tá fixe, tá fixe, o baile tá fixe, tá fixe, tá fixe, tá fixe, no Rio tá fixe, tá fixe, tá fixe, tá fixe, Luanda tá fixe, tá fixe, ha! O mambo tá fixe.
Est-ce que pour ce monde la terre? Pas petit, pas combien la terre? Oya, ça de culture. Brasilia, ça la pangolin. Tocala.
Tá fixe,
tout part, j'ai pas chez là. La vie c'est pas un cartoon et je vois qu'ils partent tous. Faut qu'ils comprennent tous, mon bal l'air. C'est pas mon disque d'or qui va redonner le sourire. Bellec, dans peu de temps ça va sévir. Machiavélique comme Tupac, je suis encore dans les packs. Je n'ai pas fini avec la faute. Si tu veux ton flic, passe en DM. 50-50, j'ai mon bénéf. Barre-toi, Salem. Wesh, les mecs, on tue le pas Jack, mais sur la véranda. Allô, bébé, attends, je suis au studio, je peux pas t'appeler, je dois inspirer quelques rappeurs. Ça sème par-ci, ça sème par-là. Et quand je m'ennuie, je me fais des tubes en un quart d'heure. Tu vas pas comprendre comme moi, fâché, moi pas parler, manger, instruit pendant des heures. Je suis très poli et généreux. Si tu me crois up, tu peux demander même à ta soeur, sale fou. Mes ennemis m'aiment tous. Ah, tiens, tout. Et c'est pire qu'avant, y'a ma tête partout. Tout. Ah, je suis king, Konger. 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 Et t'es approche sur les compètes. Tu voulais m'éteindre mais t'es trop bête. C'est pas que j'ai pris la grosse tête, mais t'as gâché m'a mis en fond d'écran dans ses fontaines. Eh ouais, la faute rap, c'est pas André. J'ai vu des mini-mois, mais ça se voit que c'est du calqué. Chaque année, c'est mon année. 8 ans que je rappe, c'est pas maintenant que ça va se calmer. Fucking boss. Mon sauce, je te cache pas que j'ai la dalle atroce. J'ai gratté matin, midi, soir. Les beatmakers n'auront pas de vacances. T'as capté, toc toc, assassin, c'est MH. Un de vos clients fidèles. Toc toc, le top stream, c'est papa. Je suis revenu poser ma petite tête. J'ai le code moula illimité. Et get ma paire, c'est une édition limitée. Je veux qu'elle me chez branche, j'ai pas quitté. Enlève ta main de mon épaule, petit enculé. Je suis king, Konger. 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 Je suis king, Konger.
All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. All you ladies pop your pussy. 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 All you ladies pop your pussy like this. First you gotta put your neck into it. And don't stop, just do it. Then you roll your tongue from the crack back to the front. Then you suck it all till I shake and come, nigga. Make sure I keep busting nuts, nigga. All over your face and stuff. Slow head, show me so much love. The best head comes from a thug. The dick good, thick, big and long. Slow fucking to the crack of dawn. On the edge, making faces and stuff. Through the night, making so much love. Dead sweet when the sun comes up. So lick it now, lick it good. Lick this pussy just like you should. Come on, right now, lick it good. Lick this pussy just like you should. My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack. My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack. You
prendió. A la gente no sé qué le dio, pero todo el mundo está loco. Todo el mundo está loco. Todo el mundo rayado del coco. Y yo solo sé que montaron.
Dancing at the ghetto, in at the ghetto, party in the ghetto, in at the ghetto, dancing at the ghetto, in at the ghetto, party in the ghetto, in at the ghetto.
En el ghetto hay party, todo el mundo everybody. Estamos flow Rastafari, está perfecto ese body. Mami, tú estás bien salvaje y yo que estoy de safari. DJ no le baje, póngala de Tego y de Daddy. Ese culo es de quilate, se te notan los pilates. O tú ganas o yo gano, no lo dejamos en empate. En mi casa se remate. No fuimos low key, callados sin dar detalles. La gente ya se dio cuenta que montamos la disco en la calle. Y esto es
Dancing at the ghetto, in at the ghetto, party in the ghetto, in at the ghetto, dancing at the ghetto, in at the ghetto, party in the ghetto, in at the ghetto.
en el barrio. Siempre hay bailoteo, Ave María. El trago nunca falta ni la buena compañía. Yeah, cómo ha cambiado la vida. Yo crecí en el gueto y el mundo es la casa mía.
Dancing at the ghetto, in at the ghetto, party in the ghetto, in at the ghetto, dancing at the ghetto, in at the ghetto, party in the ghetto, in at the ghetto.
Skrillex, Chip Alba Man, Tiny, Mosty.
Party in the ghetto.
Why are you running?
Pour les mains, autant et baby prends ma main. Fini faisant son lit, oh la main, oh la la. Elle fait job, elle ne tape sans les mains. Sur 31 pour un gros câlin, mais comment ça? Tu veux plus me parler, comment ça? Tu veux plus whiner tout en bas. Je prends sur moi, je me prends pour qui but, je me prends pour moi. Tu comprends ça? Tombe le top, bébé, fais doucement. Mal aimé, t'es encore dedans. Beaucoup d'efforts pour finir tout devant. Ça c'est du sport, fais très attention. Show me love, show me. Comment ton back bounce, c'est pas possible. Je crois que je vais die pour ton body. But you better show me love, show me. Plus tes fesses la baby bye bye. Tu fais que travailler, que flex et tu le prends mal. T'as pas le level de mes ex mais tu les copies. Je veux pas flash dans mon visage mais tes yeux en Misha. Cette petite Aïcha. Je veux touch une body toi. Tu veux briser comme moi. Mais pourquoi? Non il faut que ça s'arrête. Faut plus je t'appelle. Il faut pas que tu reviennes. Si Marco nous attrape, elle nous jette dans la scène. But you better show me love, show me. Comment ton back bounce, c'est pas possible. Je crois que je vais die pour ton body. Yeah, but just show me love, show me. Yeah.
see ya, I still see ya. Doing everything that we said we gon' do, girl, I still see ya, I still see ya. Putting on my pride and my girl to the side, cause I still see ya, I still see ya. Smoking on my weed in the corner in the street, so I can still see ya, I still see ya. You wanna be me, I wanna eat ya, I wanna meet your ex, so I can be them, and have a daughter, and be a teacher, and never follow, and be a leader, and baby girl, I still see ya. I got a light-skinned bitch who look like bench loaf, and she fight and fuck me in the same clothes. But when I put that daddy baby, daddy papa show, she curl her toes and close her eyes, I finish up, she out of yours. I still call ya, whichever way you want it, baby girl, it's on ya. I got the money, you got the problems, so I can solve it, but I still need ya, I still see ya, and that's okay, baby, I'm a nigga cheater. Yeah, most of them either C's or B's, that right, hell yeah. Anyways, we can get them moving on the dance floor, no choice. But you like this, you don't want kids, but you want this. I ain't never had the juice like this. Backstroke up in the pussy like listen, I'm a real nigga, love a go-getter. See, ain't no bitch around the city fucking with you. Louis V shades, Gucci with the dress gown. Hit the boulevard, baby, take a picture. Everybody's in your pussy right now. Everybody think they got you right now. But ain't nobody him that you don't please them. But you always dirty teasing, cause your feelings in the teacher word to Keisha. Got niggas in your iPhone. Real nigga, you the right one. Yeah. Melon girl with an accent, that's everybody's weakness, bad little bad bitch, you above the average, your favorite band was backyard, baby girl, you was vicious, you the one now, have the daughter want a son now, son dressed to a wedding gown, sheesh, got me talking like leash now, whoa, you I'm dead in the phone now, yeah, you the only one to talk about, yeah, later still I think about it, heartbreaker, man, I dream about it, damn.
All's my life I has to fight, nigga. All's my life hard times like yeah, bad trips like yeah. Nazareth, I'm fucked up, homie, you fucked up. But if God got us, then we gon' be alright.
Nigga, we gon' be alright. Nigga, we gon' be alright. We gon' be alright. Do you hear me? Do you feel me? We gon' be alright. Nigga, we gon' be alright. Huh? We gon' be alright. Nigga, we gon' be alright. Do you hear me? Do you feel me? We gon' be alright.
And when I wake up, I recognize you looking at me for the pay cut. Bahamas, I be looking at you from the face down. One Mac 11, even boom with the bass down. Scheming, and let me tell you about my life. Painkillers only put me in the twilight. With pretty pussy and Benjamin is the highlight. Now tell my mama I love her, but this what I like. Lord knows, 20 of them in my Chevy. Tell them all to come and get me, reaping everything I sow. So my karma come in heaven, no preliminary hearings on my record. I'm a motherfucking gangster, and silence for the record. Tell the world I know it's too late. Boys and girls, I think I've gone crazy. Trying to side my face this all day. Won't you please believe when I say, when you know we've been hurt, been down before. Nigga, when our pride was low, looking at the world like, where do we go? Nigga, and we hate po-po, wanna kill us dead in the street for sure. Nigga, I'm at the preacher's door. My knees getting weak and my gun might blow, but we gon' be alright.
Nigga, we gon' be alright. Nigga, we gon' be alright. We gon' be alright. Do you hear me? Do you feel me? We gon' be alright. Nigga, we gon' be alright. Huh? We gon' be alright. Nigga, we gon' be alright. Do you hear me? Do you feel me? We gon' be alright.
What you want? You a house, you a car, 40 acres and a mule up
Motherfucker, you can live at the mall. I can see the evil, I can tell it. I know it's illegal. I don't think about it. I deposit every other zero. Thinking of my partner, put the candy painting on a Rico. Digging in my pocket, in a profit big enough to feed you every day. My logic, get another dollar just to keep you in the presence of your Chico. I don't talk about it, be about it. Every day I sequel. If I got it, then you know you got it. Heaven, I can reach you. Pet dog, my dog, that's all. Big back and chat, I trap the back for y'all. I rap, I black on tracks, so rest assured. My rights, my wrongs, I right till I'm right with God. When you know, we been hurt, been down before. Nigga, when our pride was low, looking at the world like, where do we go? Nigga, and we hate po-po, wanna kill us dead in the street for sure. Nigga, I'm at the preacher's door. My knees getting weak and my gun might blow, but we gon' be alright.
Nigga, we gon' be alright. Nigga, we gon' be alright. We gon' be alright. Do you hear me? Do you feel me? We gon' be alright. Nigga, we gon' be alright. Huh? We gon' be alright. Nigga, we gon' be alright. Do you hear me? Do you feel me? We gon' be alright.
I keep my head up high, I cross my heart and hold you back. Loving me is complicated, too afraid of life changes. I'm alright in your favor, dark nights and my prayers.
I never knew there was a love like this before. Never had someone to show me a love like this before. Now that we
turned upside down. Chicks that blew your mind, ding, it's the second round. Original track and ding, you know you can't buy these things, no. See Stefani and the Lamb, I rock the fetish people, you know who I am.
Yes, man, we got the style that's wicked. I hope you can all keep up. We climbed all the way from the bottom to the top. Now we ain't getting nothing but love. If I was a rich girl, na 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 na. See, I'd have all the money in the world. If I was a wealthy girl, never make you test me, impress me. My cash flow would never ever end. 'Cause I'd have all the money in the world if I was a wealthy girl. Ladies, leave your man at home. The club is full of ballers and their pockets full grown. And now you fellas leave your girl with her friends. 'Cause it's 11:30 and the club is jumping, jumping. We say you got a girl, yeah, it's true, you got a man, but the party ain't gon' stop, so let's take it high, high. Last weekend you stayed at home alone and lonely. Couldn't find your man, he was chilling with his homies. This weekend you going out. If they try to stop you, you going off. You got your hair done and your nails done too. You out there and you finish shoes. You and your coupe laying at the hottest spot tonight. You're gonna find the fellas rolling in the Lexus trucks and Hummers. So we say you got a girl, yeah, it's true, you got a man, but the party ain't gon' stop, so let's take it high, high. Ladies, leave your man at home. The club is full of ballers and their pockets full grown. And now you fellas leave your girl with her friends. 'Cause it's 11:30 and the club is jumping, jumping. Ladies, leave your man at home. The club is full of ballers and their pockets full grown. And now you fellas leave your girl with her friends. 'Cause it's 11:30 and the club is jumping, jumping. We say you got a girl, yeah, it's true, you got a man, but the party ain't gon' stop, so let's take it high, high. Call your boys 'cause tonight you're not gon' stay at home. Should tell your girl she ain't coming tonight, you going solo. Cut her off if she talks some noise, you know you got the right to get your party on. So get your hair cut and your car washed too. Looking like a star in your own mind is suit. You need to look your best 'cause you're turning heads tonight. You're gonna find a sexy chica that's gon' dance all night if you wanna. We say you got a girl, yeah, it's true, you got a man, but the party ain't gon' stop, so let's take it high, high. Ladies, leave your man at home. The club is full of ballers and their pockets full grown, grown. And now you fellas leave your girl with her friends. 'Cause it's 11:30 and your club is jumping, jumping. Ladies, leave your man at home. The club is full of ballers and their pockets full grown. And now you fellas leave your girl with her friends. 'Cause it's 11:30 and the club is jumping. Sexy women do their things, fly ladies work your man all the time. We can get down, down, bounce, baby, bounce, 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 twist, shake, baby, shake, 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 twist, baby, twist, twist. You better dip that thing, better dip that thing. Bounce, baby, bounce, 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 shake, baby, shake, 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 twist, baby, twist, 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 dip that thing. Sexy women do their things, fly ladies work your man all the time. We can get down, down, ladies, leave your man at home. The club is full of ballers and their pockets full grown. And now you fellas leave your girl with her friends. 'Cause it's 11:30 and the club is jumping, jumping. Ladies, leave your man at home. The club is full of ballers and their pockets full grown. And now you fellas leave your girl with her friends. 'Cause it's 11:30 and the club is jumping, jumping. Ladies, leave your man at home. The club is full of ballers and their pockets full grown. And now you fellas leave your girl with her friends. 'Cause it's 11:30 and the club is jumping, jumping. Ladies, leave your man at home. The club is full of ballers and their pockets full grown. And now you fellas leave your girl with her friends. 'Cause it's 11:30 and the club is jumping, jumping. Mr. DJ, song on your replay. Mr. DJ, won't you turn the music up? All the girls on the dance floor wanting some more. Mr. DJ, won't you turn the music up? Mr. DJ, song on your replay. Mr. DJ, won't you turn the music up? All the girls on the dance floor wanting some more. Mr. DJ, won't you turn the music up? It goes one by one, even two by two. Everybody in the floor, let me show you how we do. Let's go. Dip it low, then you bring it up slow. Wind it up one time, wind it back once more. Run, 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 everybody move. Run, let me see you move. And rock it to the groove. Done, shake it till the moon becomes the sun. Everybody in the club, give me a run. Run, if you ready to move, say yeah. One time for your mind, say yeah, yeah. Well, I'm ready for it. Come, let me show you. You want to groove, I'ma show you how to move. Come, come, Mr. DJ, some funny replay. Mr. DJ, won't you turn the music up? All the girls on the dance floor wanting some more. Mr. DJ, won't you turn the music up? Mr. DJ, some funny replay. Mr. DJ, won't you turn the music up? All the girls on the dance floor wanting some more. Mr. DJ, won't you turn the music up? Hey, Mr. Please, Mr. DJ, tell me if you hear me. Turn the music up. Hey, Mr. Please, Mr. DJ, tell me if you hear me. Turn the music up. It goes one by one, even two by two. Everybody in the club won't be rocking when I'm through. Let the bass from the speakers run through your sneakers. Move both your feet and run to the beat. Run, 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 run. Everybody move. Run. Let me see you move. Rock it to the groove. Shake it till the moon becomes the sun. Everybody in the club, give me a run, run. If you ready to move, say yeah. One time for your mind, say yeah, yeah. Well, I'm ready for it. Come, let me show you. You want to groove? I'ma show you how to move. Mr. DJ, some funny replay. Mr. DJ, won't you turn the music up? All the girls on the dance floor wanting some more. Mr. DJ, won't you turn the music up? Come, Mr. DJ, some funny replay. Mr. DJ, won't you turn the music up? All the girls on the dance floor wanting some more. Mr. DJ, won't you turn the music up? Hey, Mr. DJ, tell me if you hear me. Turn the music up right now. Hey, Mr. DJ, tell me if you hear me. Turn the music up right now. Okay, everybody get down if you feel me. Put your hands up to the ceiling. Everybody get down if you feel me. Come and put your hands up to the ceiling. Everybody get down if you feel me. Put your hands up to the ceiling. Everybody get down if you feel me. Come and put your hands up to the ceiling. Mr. DJ, some funny replay. Mr. DJ, some funny replay. On the dance floor wanting some more. On the dance floor. Mr. DJ, some funny replay. Hey, Mr. DJ, boy. On the
Astro. Yeah. Sun is down, freezing cold. That's how we already know. When it's here, my dog will probably do it for Louis Bell. That's just all he know, he don't know nothing else. I tried to show him. Yeah. I tried to show him. Yeah. 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 Gone on you with the pick and roll. Younger flame, he in sicko mode.
Made this here with all the ice on in the booth. At the gate outside, when they pull up, they get me loose. Yeah, jump out, boys. That's Nike boys hopping our coast. This shit way too big. When we pull up, give me the loot. Give me the loot. Was off the Remy, had up at post. Had to hit my old town to duck the news. 2-4-hour lockdown, we made no moves. Now it's 4 a.m. and I'm back up popping with the crew. I just landed in Chase B mixes pop like Jamba Joe's. Different color chains, think my jeweler really selling fruits. And they choking, man, know the crackers wish it was a news.
Sunset.
Surrender, retreat, we all in too deep. Plan for keeps, don't play us a week. Surrender, retreat, we all in too deep. Plan for keeps, don't play us a week.
This shit way too formal, y'all know I don't follow suit. Stacy Dash, most of these girls ain't got a clue. All of these hoes I made off records I produce. I might take all my exes and put them all in a group. Hit my essays, I need the booch. About to turn this function into Bonnaroo. Told her hop in, you coming too. In the 305, bitches treat me like I'm Uncle Luke. Have to slot the top off, it's just a roof. She say, where we going? I said the moon. We ain't even make it to the room. She thought it was the ocean, it's just a pool. Now I gotta open, it's just a ghost. Who put this shit together? I'm the glue.
Someone said,
shorty face, Tommy out the blue.
Someone said,
plan for keeps.
Someone said, motherfucker, someone said.
Don't play us a week.
Astro. Yeah, yeah. Hey, hey. She's in love with who I am. Back in high school, I used to bust it to the dance. Yeah. Now I hit the FBO with duffels in my hands. I did half a Zan, 13 hours till I land. Had me out like a light, ayy, like a light, ayy, like a light, ayy. Slept through the flight, ayy, not for the night, ayy. 767, man, this shit got double bedroom, man. I still got scores to settle, man. I crept down the block, made a right, yeah. Cut the lights, yeah. Pay the price, yeah. Niggas think it's sweet, no, never. It's on sight, yeah. Nothing nice, yeah. Baggage in my ice, man. Jesus Christ, yeah. Checks over stripes, yeah.
So hard, motherfuckers wanna find me.
So I ball so hard, motherfuckers wanna find me. But first niggas gotta find me. What's 50 grand to a motherfucker like me? Can you please remind me? Ball so hard, this shit crazy. Y'all don't know that don't shit phase. The next could go 0 for 82 when I look at you like this shit gravy. Ball so hard, this shit weird. We ain't even po be here. Ball so hard since we here. It's only right that we be fair. Psycho, I'm liable to go Michael. Take your pick. Jackson, Tyson, Jordan. Game 6, ball so hard, got a broke clock. Rollies that don't tick-tock. All the Mars that's losing time. Hidden behind all these big rocks. Ball so hard, I'm shocked too. I'm supposed to be locked up too. You escape, but I escape. You be in Paris getting fucked up too. Ball so hard, let's get faded. Liberties for like 6 days. Gold bottles, soul models. Spilling ace on my sick days. So ball so hard, bitch behave. Just might let you meet gay. Shot towns, B-rolls, moving the next BK. Ball so hard, motherfuckers wanna find me.
That shit crack. That shit crack. That shit crack.
Ball so hard, motherfuckers wanna find me.
That shit crack. That shit crack. That shit crack. She said, yeah, can we get married at the mall? I said, look, you need to crawl for your bar. Come and meet me in the bathroom style and show me why you deserve to have it all. That she cray, ain't it Jay? What she order? Fish fillet. Yo, whip so cold. This whole thing. Act like you ever be around motherfuckers like this again. Who's your girl? Grab her hand. Fuck that bitch, she don't wanna dance. She's my friends, but I'm in France. I'm just saying, Prince Williams ain't do it right if you ask me. Cause I was him, I would've
Mary Kate and Ashley.
Was Gucci my nigga? Was Louis my killer? Was drugs my dealer? What's that jacket, Margilla? Doctors say I'm the illest, cause I'm suffering from realness. Got my niggas in Paris, and they going gorillas, huh?
I don't even know what that means.
No one knows what it means.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, watch me. Level up, 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 level up. All this on me so yummy, all this sauce so yummy. No, you want this yummy, yummy all in your tummy. Level up, 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 level up.
Adjust your ex, level up, love yourself, level up, drop that weight, level up, it's time to win, level up.
Them old mistakes are gone, I won't do them no more. That's old news, that's new news, I done did that before. I turn nothing to something, my comeback on 100. Less talking, more action, you just gon' see coming. I just keep elevating, no losses, just upgrading. My lessons made blessings, I turn that into money. They gotta never settle, this view is so much better. I'm chilling, I'm winning, like on another level. Oh, you can talk all you want. See me, I see prayed up, nothing I'm afraid of, and I can have it all. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, watch me. Level up, 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 level up. All this on me so yummy, all this sauce so yummy. No, you want this yummy, yummy all in your tummy. Level up, 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 level up. All this on me so yummy, all this sauce so yummy. No, you want this yummy, yummy all in your tummy.
Fake friends I let go, I don't hang with them no more. I don't need no promo, I make dollars like Cleflo. Original, no klepto, got a new flow, got a new glow. Level up, I'm beautiful, my ass bounce like a yo-yo. Hey, I feel good and fly today.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary. E is even more than anyone that you adore can love. Is all that I can give to you. Love is more than just a game for two. Two in love can make it. Take my heart and please don't break it. Love was made for me and you. For the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary. E is even more than anyone that you adore can love. Is all that I can give to you. Love is more than just a game for two. Two in love can make it. Take my heart
fire. Abatina, oh, who you have there breaking down the door. Abatina, oh, who you have there breaking down the door. Abatina, oh, who you have there breaking down the door. In the end, Tina was buried by the church where she got married. Abatina, oh, who you have there breaking down the door. Tina should have outlived us. Now we pray that she will forgive us. Abatina, oh, who you have there breaking down the door. Tina was no deceiver. Few were inclined to believe her. Abatina, oh, who you have there breaking down the door. Abatina, 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 Abatina.
UK, Ivory Coast, Niger, Ghana, Netherlands, drop our remix, let's go.
Get your body bad, oh, you go kill me tonight. Now me go they beg you if now you cause the fight. Oh Sunday, oh Wendy, oh Adeo. Say them fight past Kim Kardashian, Kodak and you injure me. No go kill person. Put your back and make you show mercy. Now why you they play person? They play person like oh, DJ Drogba, oh. She give me a number, oh, I save her mercy.
Joanna, Joanna. How you do me like Joanna? Joanna. How you gonna do me like Joanna? Joanna. Hey, Joanna. Joanna. Ay, ay, ay.
Rockstar. Your body they do me something, baby, mama, sita. Oh, wait. Your body they give me anointing, baby, mama, sita. Oh, wait. You're back on or no. Keeps me going on and on. You're back on or no, baby, yeah. You're back on or no. Keeps me going on and on. You're back on or no. Oh, Lord of mercy. Kitty, let's go. I just wanna let you know, say, you be the baddest. Can you go kill me with a fantasy body? Oh, no, don't you do me like magic. She do me like magic, oh. You be the magical girl, babe. I did who you me, oh yeah. Joanna, oh yeah, oh yeah. Let's go. You be the magical girl, babe. I did who you me, oh yeah. Joanna, oh yeah, oh yeah.
Why you do me like Joanna? Joanna. Why you do me like Joanna? Joanna. How you gonna do me like Joanna? Joanna. Hey Joanna.
Oh baby,
Joanna. Ay, ay, ay.
Cause you're my destiny, my ebony, my fantasy. So come get with me. The reason why I'm breaking all this fantasy. Girl, I want your love. Your baka boom boom is too much. Make it all they do like that. You know I got a juice like God. Joanna. Hey, oh yeah, sucker.
Baby, you no boko. Why you wanna hurt me? Otto, plantain chips for your coco. Hey, oh you feel me now? Your busy body give me fever. Why you wanna hurt me? Otto, plantain chips for your coco.
Why you do me like Joanna? Joanna. Why you do me like Joanna? Joanna. How you gonna do me like Joanna? Joanna. Hey, Joanna. Joanna. Ay.
Yeah. It's all for the money about come my way. Go.
Obi Antone Coalition. Obi Antone Coalition. Yeah, be Obi Antone Coalition.
What else?
Corday. Obi Antone Coalition. Obi Antone Coalition. Obi Antone Coalition. Corday.
Memma woni pe bi embu abonfia ahopo pro mo ye nyina bo huntia oye wo time for jano manimvia yambu amu amunsi na bumpia
se wo pe mo ani o menyina edi na nyame ni awaka no na bebe mo se wo ma unsa swa bi ponyina tutu so my body don't lose God can walk home out everybody singing hallelujah. Hallelujah. Everybody singing hallelujah. Hallelujah. Make me sing, oh. Oh, yeah. I say, help me sing, oh. Oh, yeah.
Namufisa me shiase. Me koya masamba. She. Ahochire kakra me fe munti ne wo mo se ma wai me ni dama. Woni na ewu no. Namufisa me ya sanseni. She. Uhumiana wo ye masho afede weni bome so pena wo se hwan poni na ne nyame ne nsa no afede wo humi tutu mana mo se me ye jonki ne sabusu wo kebi shame on you too afede me hu se me makobole yonki hweno hwene ne mo se monkey if I check I dey say you dey hungry why you yanka wo da so sharp boski me wu ye de na ne nyame te ase woni menye pego bia ne ne viase mana me da bench so wa fla wona wo bia fa handkerchief from the pemeni ase
wo pe mo ani o menyina edi
what else
na nyame ni awaka no na bebe mo we uma unsa swa bi ponyina tutu so my body don't lose God can walk home out everybody singing hallelujah. Hallelujah. Everybody singing hallelujah. Hallelujah. Make me sing, oh. Oh, yeah. I say, help me sing, oh. Oh, yeah.
My win chime 10 years, me wanka way back. My floppy, this be my payback. My enemies if for day God, men care so I don't want to disobey God. No. My try some of them to prison. Wa bra money particular reason. Mo dwe me ho, me need to go for your meeting. Fatu wasum, I don't want to be repeating. Nyame na ebo me ho ban ti munye foko. Money no be problem. Ngano ni me motto to any hwe me ho na mani, ni me shot to. Member we ninja watch na me don't know.
Kona wo boss run assassin e munya menti na ya fra wo adona. In your mawaya mami ni me busia funa so many be brenti I won't lie. Una wo boss run assassin e munya menti na ya fra wo adona. In your mawaya mami ni me busia fonina. Body. Is she run away from me man ne bu mi suya. Se body. Ni wuri ya me fana wasireje. Baba body. Why am I gasya me da siyeje. Baba God, Baba you be too much, Baba God, Baba you be too much, Baba God, Baba you be too much, Baba God, Baba God, Baba God, Baba God. Say wo pe mo anyo menyi na edi, na nyame ni awaka no na bebe mo. Say wo ma unsa swabi ponyina tutu. So my body don't lose God can't walk home out everybody singing hallelujah. Hallelujah. Everybody singing hallelujah. Hallelujah. Make me sing, oh. Oh, yeah. I say, help me sing, oh. Oh, yeah.
Make money, straight big. What else? Make money, Obiabo. Make money, Obiabo. Yeah. Dog friends, tipsy. Uye kwe ni paya. Obiabo. Pipa now none dampem. Obiabo. Sika kuroti bi chene kwa. Obiabo. Ono asu ne die drobe gunsem. Obiabo. Wadam fona none nam no. Obiabo. Odwin so fili wama. Obiabo. Ode nya asem hwe. Obeye wujudas obeye wama. Obiabo. Awisi ye. Obiabo. Okani besu ho. Obiabo. No be a pre kwani die mu. So hwe na se be house watch ho. Obiabo. Obi anche da kwede bi enyame. Obiabo. Wo beki decision adwen ho. Obiabo. Kasa no wo minima enkame. Uye bibi onyame di mu so asi ubo. Obiabo. Oye me boni akai 6 feet. One day ube shi enyame. E ho no mutimi mieki. So watch chi me edi oni asane. Obiabo. Madam for pass pe me yeda bom. Oni me sidin so I swear. Atupeti u kan eti abom. Obiabo. We nyina chi na sanfe. Obiabo. So focus and make money. Jobiabo, 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 dog friends. So make money, money, then dog friends. Make money, money, dog friends. So make money, money, then dog friends. Dog friends, make money. Dog friends, yeah. From 6 o'clock, boy, they search for clients. We don't get nothing to chop. We still go home for night. After all that, every person will bet me mugu. You think say we they walk back, or she they use juju? Me then you all we go school. We will not fit pass. Today you get something to prove. You can't dare my face, the show class. But my body, you for look sharp. Nobody come this world to fame. You know me ever, you for look sad. One day, your maga go pay. Me you see no get 30 to the 10. Me girl so per iPhone. You send the sugar daddy pushy Benz. What you do me case, man, a kaboom. So focus and make money. Jobiabo, 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 so make money, money, then dog friends. Make money, money, dog friends. So make money, money, then dog friends. Dog friends, make money, dog friends. Cash 2. Bossy, Godfather, man a OG, man a half humble, man a bossy. Fling a rag a rhythm like it's all free. Bossy, house on the coast G. My money so long it doesn't know me. It's looking at my kids like I'm bossy. Bang, bang, bang,
hey yo, Idris, tell them what they're gonna take the piss. When step out, do that turn up in a diss. Body comfortable, I'm physically fit. I'm brown and sweet, just like the chocolate. Yo, Wiley, them ones sound like me. Other than a pussy pretty with the upper body. Shut down in the city with me bad girl pussy. Every man want piece of me. The back of them a pop and them a bun weed. Man want wine behind me have to move kind dusty. I'm looking for a brother who got hella pound. 079, baby, I'm a hammer, did you shop? Bossy, Godfather, man a OG, man a half humble, man a bossy. Fling a rag a rhythm like it's all free. Bossy, house on the coast G. My money so long it doesn't know me. It's looking at my kids like I'm bossy. Hey yo, Sean.
Hey, so when me spitty party with it, maybe gala get with it. Spitty party with it, maybe gala get. When me tappy party with it, maybe gala get with it. Wind up your body and spin it. Girl, when you bubble out of trouble, why you give me this something now? Turn it around and bring it. You're pressing it back on and on. If you push that button, my girl down, but I can't tame it. Once you broke out and fling it. Once your body shaking up to the limit. Once you wild out to wild it to S to the base, F London and mid on edges. Is it?
Bossy.
I came to rap, you know, do my thing. Sabi put me on the gram, you know, remix thing. Hold tight Wiley with the Pacino flow. Rambo, Godfather Part 2, call me De Niro. I came to win, battle me, that's a sin. Disrespect, man, get a slap on the chin. Man a king in a top, oh Larry, man a big DJ, Ox, Megan and Harry. Boss, yeah, man a boss, I make your girl melt like a toasty. I've been this way someday, and I write for myself, no ghosting.
Needs a boy got money in a bank on, ready for roll and blaze up this tank on. Got the girls from Jam 1 to Hong Kong, the girl them champion in it.
Bossy, bossy, Godfather, man a OG, man a half humble, man a bossy. Fling a rag a rhythm like it's all free. Bossy, house on the coast, man is so long, it doesn't know me. Just looking at my kids like a bossy. Fly around the world like a bossy.
I'm feeling your style, baby, come walking. Come make a roll in my Lamborghini, make you chop my money. I don't mind, I got Guinea, baby girl. Cause your body, they bust my brain. Girl, I'm going insane. Baby girl, please make my day. Cause their profit will reach my day. Your bum bum bigger than Bombay. Your bum bum make me throw it. Now you there for my mind, baby. Your bum bum bigger than Bombay. Your bum bum make me throw it. Now you there for my mind, baby. Oh baby girl, your body bad, no no. Come close, give me kiss, no no. I there for heat, baby breeze, no no. I'm spending with ease, come on easy, no no. Oh baby girl, your body bad, no no. Come close, give me kiss, no no. I there for heat, come me breeze, no no. I'm spending with ease, come on easy, no no.
Libya, what a crazy guru. That's a lumu makata ega timo yuguru. Makambo yana bunu, ihota na mbuguru. Mohabu I don't care, but mobile is the buru. Tai, pino idi, soft of bread. And name I can't wait. Oh yeah, come to my bed. Unete, kamutilega, tulete, kamutiete, wakagala lunute.
I am feeling your moves. Baby, let's make a movie. Come on straight to my room. Baby, stop all your fronting. Your bum bum bigger than Bombay. Your bum bum make me throw it. Now you there for my mind, baby. Your bum bum bigger than Bombay. Your bum bum make me throw it. Now you there for my mind, baby. Come on to the bed, baby. Tell me what is your name and number. I am your my bed. Baby, trust me for so. I am feeling your movement with the way you dance to the groove. I believe in your government. And I don't feel your parole.
Oh boy, yeah. The card you know, yes, yeah. The wishing for you, baby, man, not tell her. And the money will tell me I email her. Oh, you got better, you put a better in what a mama can make in the sea, I can put it. So give it to me, baby, make it all. I saw that got down here, just one call.
I am feeling your moves. Baby, let's make a movie. Come on straight to my room. I got all that you want to know. Girl, I like your parole. Baby, stop all the fronting. Come on, be my carol. Baby, start telling me so. Your bum bum bigger than Bombay. Your bum bum make me throw it. Now you there for my mind, baby. Your bum bum bigger than Bombay. Your bum bum make me throw it. Now you there for my mind, baby.
Hey, I can be the answer. I'm ready to dance when the vamp up. Then when I hit that dip, get your camera. You can see even that bitch shit's the camper. In the DM, that young sister beacon. The bitch who wants to compete. And I can freak fit that pump with the peep in. You know what your bitch become when her weave in. I just wanna sip that punch with your peeps in. Sit in that lunch if you're treating. Kick it with your bitch who come from Parisian. She know where to get mine from in the season. Now she wanna lick my plum in the evening. And fit that tongue to deepen. I guess that can't get any in. 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 I was in the 212 on the uptown. Hey nigga, you know what's up or don't you? Word of who made ya? I'm a rude bitch nigga. What are you made up of? I'ma eat your food up, boo. I could bust your 8. I'ma do 1 2. Fuck it, gun do. When you do make bucks, I'ma look right, nigga. Bet you do 1 2. Fuck.
2-1-2, come. You gated, get discovered, I'm a 2-1 deuce cock. I'm licking in the water by the blue bayou. Caught the warm goose, and you do-rag too, son. Nigga, you're a Kool-Aid dude, plus your bitch might flick it. Wonder who let you come to 1-2. What you do to crew, son? Fuck are you into, huh? Niggas better run. You could get shot, homie, if you do want to. Put your guns up, tell your crew don't front. I'm a hoodlum, nigga, you know you were 2-1s. Bitch, I'm about to blue up too. I'm the 1-2 day. I'm the new ship boo, young Rapunzel. Who are you, bitch? New lunch? I'ma ruin you, cunt. I'ma ruin you, cunt.
Ayo, I heard you riding with the same tall talent. I'm your mason, saying you grinding, but you ain't going nowhere. Don't why you procrastinating, girl. You got a lot, but you just waste all yourself. They'll forget your name soon, and will nobody be to blame but yourself, yeah. What you got to when I appear? When I premiere, bitch, the end of your life there. This shit with mind. What you got to when I appear? When I premiere, bitch, the end of your life there. This shit with mind. Bitch, I'm in a 2-1-2 with the fifth cock, niggas, the 2-1-2. Fuck your gun, you. When your goon sprayed up, bet this bitch won't get him. Bet you won't do much. See, even if you do want to bust, you bitch, you get your cut and touch your crew up too. Pop, you playing with your butter like a boo, won't you? Cock the gun too. Where you do eat poom, hun? I'm fucking with your cutie cue. What's your dick like, homie? What are you into? What's the run, dude? Where do you wake up? Tell your bitch keep hating. I'm a new one too, huh? See, I remember you when you were the young new face. But you do like to slumber, don't you? Now you boo up too, hun. I'ma ruin you, cunt. What you want to when I appear? When I prepare, bitch, the end of your life there. This shit been mine. What you gonna do when I appear? When I prepare, bitch, the end of your life there. This shit been mine. This shit been mine. This shit been mine.
Down on this beat. Yo, let's go way back to the basics. Damn, motherfuckers really just can't take it. Sipping all around and wanna bite, wanna taste it. I'm that cat, yeah, I'm the black cat, yeah, I'm that bitch that does it like that. You don't gotta say it cause the cat got your tongue. I don't gotta say it cause bitch, I get it done. Tell me what you did, what you done. What, you ain't know it, motherfucker, I'm the one. What, you ain't know it, motherfucker, I'm the one. Nah, none of these bitches in the back want some. And the new young darling winner, diddy city kitty bad to the bone. School fish looking pretty with it. No, the girl can't cope. Yes, bitch, I know too dope. Bird like a polar bear, pussy ice cold. I'ma tear the house up and get down on this beat. Tear the house up and get down on this beat. I'ma tear the house up and get down on this beat. Down on this beat, down on this beat. I'ma tear the house up and get down on this beat. Tear the house up and get down on this beat. I'ma tear the house up and get down on this beat. Down on this beat, down on this beat. Tear the house up and get down on this bitch. When I'm up in your city, burn a pound of good shit. Pop champagne cause I'm getting hella pissed. I'm a big black beast, you bet I'm gon' eat. Put it on your plate, you're hungry, bitch, eat. Don't feed these pigeons cause they shit what they eat. I'm the underling king of the dark world thing. I'm the darkling king of the dance floor thing. I'm wanna play with the kitten from the street. Bang, bang with the demon to the stripper on the beat. Wanna run them, I can fuck it up and leave it wet and hot. Oh no, now they're begging me to tear it up. Oh no, now they're begging me to tear it up. Oh no, now they're begging me to tear it up. Now they're begging me to tear it up. Tear it. This house is full. Tear it. This house is full. Tear it. This house is full. I'ma tear the house up and get down on this beat. Tear the house up and get down on this beat. I'ma tear the house up and get down on this beat. Down on this beat, down on this beat. I'ma tear the house up and get down on this beat. Tear the house down on this beat. I'ma tell the house I'ma get down on this beat. Down on this beat, down on this beat. Let's go way back to the basics. Damn, motherfuckers really just can't take it. Sipping all around them, wanna bite, wanna taste it. I'm that cat, yeah, I'm the black cat, yeah, I'm that bitch that does it like that. You don't gotta say it cause the cat got your tongue. I don't gotta say it cause bitch, I get it done. Tell me what you did, what you done. What you ain't know it, motherfucker, I'm the one. What you ain't know it, motherfucker, I'm the one. Nah, no, run them, I can fuck it up and leave it wet and hot. Oh no, now they're begging me to tear it up. Oh no, now they're begging me to tear it up. Oh no, now they're begging me to tear it up. Now they're begging me to tear it up.
I'm runway, you know they a sideshow. I'm first page, the main stage is icons. The one name that y'all know. Just take notes, stay on top like halos. Make pesos, most of these bitches is my clones. You new puss, this catwalk is my throne. I'm penthouse, you trap house and rhinestones. These diamonds on my bone be my own. Invent styles, I've been crowned, it's my home. Bitch, I'm going in ball gowns, it's French tone. You take shots, I make shots, the end zone. These bitches overall some more as they win slow.
Can you show me now I believe? Diamonds and dreams come true for girls like me. Now I feel in love, and I really know that your love is enough. And hold me in the day I needed love. Now I feel in love, babe, everywhere you are.
Papara, pa, pa, papara, pa, pa, papara, pa, pa, papara, pa, pa, okay, papara, pa, pa, umu de tiemo ah, ah, papara, pa, pa, shoki azonto da, da, papara, pa, pa, umu de tiemo ah, ah, papara, pa, pa, shoki azonto da, da. If you know you are queen, move to the center, center, da, da, and the way you dey move, you dey make a the ginger, shoki azonto da, da. If you know you are queen, move to the center, center, da, da, and the way you dey move, you dey make a the ginger, Vina, bright, let's go. Your body in a fire, I wanna touch it, Aliyah. The way you want it to make how they feel like say surely you from Alabama. You want to see anaconda, they say the bigger the better. Until my dog your man or manti with them about chain for the summer. Okay, papara, pa, pa, who with the table, ah, ah, papara, pa, pa, shocky as on to da, da, papara, pa, pa, who with the table, ah, ah, papara, pa, pa, shocky as on to da, da, baby, shake it, go down, break it, A1, rate it, what I go do, you go like it, oh, go Mama Africa, wine it, venture visa, sign it for the paper, call me Mr. Liquor, okay, I like that, baby wine for me, I like that, shake that, who do I want, mommy, the away pass, make a carry they go, I go show you the do, mommy check you down below, who go so mommy, I know my dream go, papara, pa, pa, who with the table, ah, ah, papara, pa, pa, shocky as on to da, da, papara, pa, pa, who with the table, ah, ah, papara, pa, pa, shocky as on to da, da. If you know you are queen, move to the center, da, da, and the way you dey move, you dey make her the ginger, shocky as on to da, da. If you know you are queen, move to the center, da, da, and the way you dey move, you dey make her the ginger, da, da. If you know you are queen, move to the center, da, da, and the way you dey move, you dey make her the ginger, da, da. If you know you are queen, move to the center, da, da, and the way you dey move, you dey make her the ginger, da, da.
Wassa, che, ah, che, ah, she. Porque nero americano lego. Guasache, axé, faria com açúcar, sabe dar o quê? Ngonguenha, ngonguenha. Guasache, sedução pra mamá vé, sedução pro papá vé. Tira o cachis boy, boy, boy. Cachis boy, boy, boy. Guasache, monenga não se faz só. Porque de mata café do show. Guasache, eu vou. Vou estalar o osso, vou estalar o osso, underground, Guasache, vamos adoçar em mandarim. Porque me toto la gente tá lá, me toto la gente tá lá, che, acuni pa Guasache, amigo quer contar cabelo, amigo quer cortar cabelo. Amigo quer cortar cabelo. Olha o que ela faz, 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 olha o que ela faz. Isso é só uma queriducha, isso é só uma queriducha, isso é só uma queriducha. Guasache, vem me quer, mami quer, vem me quer, mami quer. Guasache, tem ilusão, né? Por quê? Árbitro, isso é fora de jogo. Isso é fora de jogo, de passe. Tira do maneque chale, tá quase. Work DJ vai do boss, mata com cama, tenha mais cama, Nero americano de malange. Quero ver dread now, manifesta. Isso não. Caranguejo. Work it.
Warishi dominyevu, kashogi, chachombani. Kuba wenda kubanka. Kuba wenda kubanka. Mboka nini nako kende. Salon Frank. Go Tanzambe. Ale tito sobina kitakutaku. Kebana dansa michingini. Afriki moto. Una mapoto malili. Banangola to ningana. Peju bi ningana. Mopatenti ningana. Dorival bi ningana. Maweti ningana. Bapil petina nga Panama. Bana kas betancool. Louis Bigodos. Le Kachogi Emble. Warishi dominyevu. Bana mal. Okay? Muka gusuka pratata, muka wena ka prayo, muka gusuka pratata.
The girl them skill arty. Thunderball, some give it to, some give it to, some give it to our girls. 5,040,000 naughty shorty. Baby girl, all my girls, all my girls. Thunderball say, well, I'm on the way, the time cold, I wanna be keeping you warm. I got the right temperature for shelter you from the storm. Hold on, girl, I got the right tactics to turn you on. And girl, I wanna be the papa, you can be the mom. See the girl them broke out on the floor. From you don't wanna work this performer. From you don't want a man where can't turn you on. Girl, make I see you when them upon ya. Can't stand for the long, nah eat no yam, no steamed fish, no green banana. But down in Jamaica we give it to you hot like a sauna. Well, I'm on the way, the time cold, I wanna be keeping you warm. I got the right temperature for shelter you from the storm. Hold on, girl, I got the right tactics to turn you on. And girl, I wanna be the papa, you can be the mom. Expose and girl, you got it just out, but you know we out, cause girl, you impressed out. And if it is out of me, if it is out, cause I got the remedy for make it stress out. Me have a flat to become a God bless out. And girl, if you want it, you have to confess out. And a life where we need set speed, if it is too much chest out. Well, I'm on the way, the time cold, I wanna be keeping you warm. I got the right temperature for shelter you from the storm. Hold on, girl, I got the right tactics to turn you on. And girl, I wanna be the papa, you can be the mom. So me crazy now, this straight drop it and a Bridget and flavor show. Time for we make baby now, so stop going like you, I get shady, yo. Woman, don't play me now, cause I'm a fits and fat, not greedy, yo. My loving is the way to go, my loving is the way to go. Well, I'm on the way, the time cold, I wanna be keeping you warm. I got the right temperature for shelter you from the storm. Hold on, girl, I got the right tactics to turn you on. And girl, I wanna be the papa, you can be the mom. When they roll with a player like me, with a brother like me, girl, there is no other. No need to talk it right here, the spark it right here, keep it undercover. Come and love how you fit in your blouse and you fat in your jeans, I'm a wild discover. Everything about you, baby girl, can you hear when me utter? Well, I'm on the way, the time cold, I wanna be keeping you warm. I got the right temperature for shelter you from the storm. Hold on, girl, I got the right tactics to turn you on. And girl, I wanna be the papa, you can be the mom. See the girl them broke out on the floor. From you don't wanna work this performer. From you don't want a man where can't turn you on. Girl, make I see you when them upon ya. Can't stand for the long, nah eat no yam, no steamed fish, no green banana. But down in Jamaica we give it to you hot like a sauna. Well, I'm on the way, the time cold, I wanna be keeping you warm. I got the right temperature for shelter you from the storm. Hold on, girl, I got the right tactics to turn you on. And girl, I wanna be the papa, you can be the mom.
someone out there waiting for me. High, mini, fat, skinny, just wait and see, don't call me lonely. If you are too in a big city, take pity, won't make the news. I'm advancing, nothing to lose. Go get it, do better, the right attitude. Do as I say, not as I do. Got no money, nobody to tell you the truth. Come on, surprise me. I don't care who. You're still messing, time's ticking, ain't got a clue. Something I said, the way that I move. Strong passion, high passion, too much for you. Don't complicate this, simple to me. I got it, you want it, but it might not be free. Some fall slowly, the shadows are long. Now I never can wait till dawn. Eyes on
a celebration. It's a celebration. Celebrate good times, come on. Let's celebrate. We're gonna have a good time tonight. Let's celebrate. It's alright. We're gonna have a good time tonight. Let's celebrate. It's alright. Baby, we're gonna have a good time tonight. Let's celebrate. It's alright. We're gonna have a good time tonight. Let's celebrate. It's alright. It's a